The desert wind howled across the Badlands, carrying with it the scent of sun-baked earth and ancient secrets. Dr. Evelyn Carter wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, her fingers leaving streaks of dust on her forehead. She adjusted the brim of her sun-faded hat, squinting against the glare as she knelt beside the partially exposed fossil. The excavation site had been quiet for weeks. Routine work, the kind that filled notebooks but rarely headlines. But today was different. "Evelyn, you need to see this." Her assistant, Jake, crouched beside her, his voice tight with excitement. He brushed away loose sediment with a delicate hand, revealing the curve of a massive rib bone. Evelyn leaned in, her breath catching. The rib was fractured, but not in the chaotic way she'd expect from a predator attack or the ravages of time. Instead, the breaks were precise, symmetrical, almost deliberate. "These aren't random," she murmured, tracing the edges with her gloved fingertips. "Look at the pattern, like something made these marks." Jake frowned. "You think another dinosaur did this? Some kind of ritualistic behavior?" Evelyn exhaled slowly, her mind racing. "Or something we haven't even considered." The wind whispered again, stirring the dust around them. Somewhere in the distance, a raven cawed, a sound that felt too much like laughter. Evelyn shivered despite the heat. The bones were speaking, and she wasn't sure she wanted to hear what they had to say. The campfire crackled under a sky smeared with stars, casting flickering shadows across the tents. Evelyn sat cross-legged on a folding chair, her notebook open in her lap, the pages filled with sketches of the strange rib fractures. Across from her, Jake poked at the fire with a stick, sending up a shower of sparks. "You ever think about how noisy the Cretaceous must have been?" he asked suddenly, breaking the silence. Evelyn looked up, blinking away her focus on the notes. "What do you mean?" Jake gestured vaguely toward the darkened horizon. "All those hadrosaurs, duckbills with those hollow crests on their heads. Paleontologists think they might have been like natural wind instruments. Can you imagine? Whole herds of them, bellowing across the forests like some prehistoric orchestra." Evelyn smirked. "You've been reading too many speculative papers." "Maybe," he admitted, leaning back. "But it's not just guesswork. The structure of those crests, they're built for resonance. Some studies even suggest they could have produced low-frequency sounds, the kind that travel for miles." Evelyn absently tapped her pencil against the notebook. The idea wasn't new, but something about it tugged at her, an echo of the unease she'd felt earlier. The precision of those fractures. She exhaled sharply. What if it wasn't just communication? Jake raised an eyebrow. "What, like music? Or something more?" She flipped to a fresh page, sketching the rough outline of a hadrosaur skull. "Think about it. If those crests could produce specific frequencies, what else could they do? Vibrations strong enough to—" She trailed off, her pencil hovering. Jake's grin faded. "To what? Shatter bones?" Evelyn didn't answer. The fire popped between them, the sound unnervingly like a bone snapping. Somewhere beyond the circle of firelight, the wind sighed through the canyons, a hollow, mournful sound, almost like a note held too long. Jake shivered. "You know, I liked it better when I just thought they were singing." Evelyn closed her notebook with a soft thud. So did I. Above them, the stars watched, silent and cold. The desert had its own songs, and some of them, she feared, were best left forgotten. The Nile Delta, 95 million years earlier, was a world of water and teeth, Evelyn stood at the edge of the reconstructed riverbank in the museum's diorama hall, her fingers pressed against the glass. The exhibit was a masterpiece. Lush ferns, towering reeds, and the murky, slow-churning water of a prehistoric estuary. But it was the creature at the center that held her captive. Spinosaurus aegyptiacus, 50 feet of muscle and menace, its crocodilian snout half submerged, its sail cutting through the humid air like a blade. The model's glass eyes gleamed under the artificial sunlight, lifelike enough to send a prickle down her spine. "You're staring at it like it's going to move," Jake said, sidling up beside her with 2 steaming cups of coffee. He handed her one, which, given our luck lately, maybe it will. Evelyn ignored the joke, taking a sip. The coffee was bitter, grounding. "Look at the sail," she murmured. "Most reconstructions treat it like a billboard. Flashy display, thermoregulation. But what if it was something else?" Jake squinted. "Like what?" "A solar panel. A resonator." The word hung between them. Jake's smirk faltered. Evelyn set her coffee on the railing and pulled out her phone, swiping to a grainy sonar scan from a recent river excavation. "We found these striations in the sediment layers, parallel grooves, almost like something vibrated the water at a precise frequency. And look." She zoomed in. The spacing matches the neural spines of Spinosaurus. Jake's breath hitched. "You think it could, what, sing like the hadrosaurs?" "Not sing. Hum." Evelyn tapped the screen. "Low-frequency pulses, just enough to disorient prey. Fish, maybe even smaller theropods. The sail would amplify it, turn the whole river into a trap." The diorama's soundscape played softly around them. Insect chirps, distant splashes. For a heartbeat, Evelyn imagined it, the water trembling as the Spinosaurus stirred, its deep, subsonic call rolling through the currents like thunder. Jake exhaled. "That's terrifying." Evelyn pocketed her phone. "It's efficient." A group of schoolchildren rushed past, their laughter sharp against the quiet. One boy pressed his face to the glass, eyes wide. "Whoa! It's like a dinosaur crocodile!" Evelyn smiled faintly. "If only you knew." Jake nudged her. "You're thinking about the fractures again." She was. The symmetry, the precision, like something had shaken the bones apart. The Spinosaurus loomed in its artificial swamp, silent as a shadow. Somewhere beneath the museum's polished floors, in drawers of unmarked fossils, the past was whispering. And Evelyn was starting to listen. The debate raged late into the night in the dim glow of Evelyn's cluttered office. Maps, sketches, and half-empty coffee cups littered her desk, the air thick with the scent of stale caffeine and dry erase markers. Jake leaned against the whiteboard, arms crossed, his reflection flickering in the darkened window behind him. "You're saying Spinosaurus wasn't just semi-aquatic. It was an ambush predator?" He tapped the marker against his chin. "Like a prehistoric crocodile?" Evelyn circled a diagram of the creature's skull, her voice low but insistent. "Not just like one, better than one. Crocodiles rely on stealth and brute force, but Spinosaurus had this." She jabbed her finger at the reconstructed sail. "A built-in sonar system. Imagine it lurking in the delta, submerged except for the tip of its sail. It wouldn't just wait. It would call prey to it." Jake frowned. "That's a stretch. Even if it could produce low-frequency pulses, how do we know it used them to hunt?" Evelyn grabbed a fossil cast from her shelf, a Spinosaurus vertebra, its surface etched with fine, spiraling grooves. "Because of these, they match the striations we found in the sediment. This wasn't wear and tear. It was resonance damage." Jake took the cast, turning it under the lamplight. The grooves shimmered like the ridges of a seashell. "So what, it Hummed itself to death? Not itself. Its prey. Evelyn's eyes gleamed. Think about it. A vibration strong enough to fracture bones underwater. Fish wouldn't stand a chance. Their swim bladders would rupture before they even knew what hit them. A silence settled between them, broken only by the hum of the overhead lights. Outside, the museum's ancient pipes groaned, a sound too much like a distant, submerged echo. Jake exhaled. Okay, let's say you're right. What does this have to do with the hadrosaur fractures? Evelyn's smile was razor-thin. Maybe nothing. Or maybe everything. She pulled up an image on her laptop, a side-by-side comparison of the hadrosaur rib and the Spinosaurus vertebra. The fracture patterns were eerily similar. Jake's breath caught. You think Spinosaurus could do this on land? I think we're missing a piece. Evelyn leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. What if it wasn't just the sail? What if all of them, hadrosaurs, spinosaurs, were part of something bigger? A prehistoric frequency web. The word hung in the air like a struck chord. Jake opened his mouth, then shut it. Somewhere down the hall, a door creaked shut, the sound echoing unnaturally long. Evelyn didn't flinch. The bones were speaking again, and this time she was determined to answer. The Arctic wind screamed across the tundra, biting through Evelyn's thermal layers like a living thing. She adjusted her goggles, the world beyond them a blur of white and grey. A wasteland where even time seemed frozen. The helicopter had dropped them off hours ago, its roar fading into the endless twilight of the polar summer. Now there was only the crunch of snow underfoot and the hollow whistle of the wind. Jake trudged beside her, his face half buried in his scarf. Remind me again why we're here. His voice was muffled, but the skepticism was clear. Evelyn tightened her grip on the ice pick. Because of this. She stopped at the edge of a jagged ravine, where the snow had peeled back to reveal a dark seam of ancient rock. Kneeling, she brushed away the frost with a gloved hand. There, embedded in the shale like a forgotten secret, was a single, curved tooth, no longer than her thumb, its serrated edges still sharp after millions of years. Troodon. Jake crouched next to her, his breath fogging the air. Okay, that's weird. Troodon was a warm-climate predator. What the hell was it doing here? Evelyn carefully pried the tooth free, holding it up to the weak light. The enamel gleamed, almost black. That's the question, isn't it? The Arctic had been warmer in the late Cretaceous, but not this warm. Not enough to explain a theropod this far north. And yet, here it was, alone, with no other fossils nearby. No bones, no trace, just this one tooth lost in a world of ice and shadow. Jake frowned. Migration? Maybe it followed prey. Evelyn shook her head. Troodons were smart, but not that adaptable. This place would have been months of darkness in winter. No food, no shelter, nothing but cold. She turned the tooth over, her thumb catching on a microscopic groove along its edge. Her pulse quickened. Wait, look at this. Jake leaned in. The groove wasn't where. It was too precise, too regular. A pattern. Evelyn's voice dropped. You've seen marks like this before. Jake stiffened. The hadrosaur ribs. And the Spinosaurus vertebra. Evelyn clenched her fist around the tooth, the implications crashing over her like an avalanche. It's not about climate. It's about sound. The wind howled again, but this time it sounded different, less like a gust and more like a note, vibrating through the ravine. Jake's eyes widened. You think something drove it here? Evelyn stood abruptly, scanning the horizon. The endless white stretched in every direction, broken only by the skeletal shadows of long-dead trees. Somewhere out there, beneath the permafrost, the earth was humming. "Not something," she whispered. "Someone." The tooth burned in her palm, a relic of a creature that had wandered too far and heard too much. Above them, the sky deepened to violet, the sun hovering just below the horizon. The Arctic twilight had no end, and neither, it seemed, did the echoes of the past. The Mongolian sun hung low in the sky, painting the Gobi Desert in hues of amber and rust. Evelyn crouched beside a weathered sandstone outcrop, her fingers tracing the edge of an enormous claw mark etched into the rock. The fossilized grooves were deep, deliberate, not the slashing wounds of a predator, but something far more enigmatic. Jake whistled, crouching beside her. "That's a Therizinosaurus claw, isn't it?" Evelyn nodded. 8 inches of keratin, but look at the way it's dragged. Not a strike, not a slash. A caress. Jake raised an eyebrow. "You think it was grooming?" Evelyn shook her head, standing and brushing dust from her knees. "Number, I think it was dancing." Jake blinked. "Dancing?" She gestured to the surrounding rock face, where more claw marks spiraled outward in a sweeping, rhythmic pattern. "These aren't random. They're sequenced, like steps. And look here." She pointed to a series of shallower grooves intersecting the deeper ones. "These are smaller, finer, a second set of claws. A partner." Jake exhaled sharply. "You're telling me these things, these giant, scythe-armed freaks, were ballroom dancers?" Evelyn smirked. "Not ballroom, but ritual, absolutely." She stepped back, imagining the scene. 2 towering Therizinosaurus, their feathers ruffled by the wind, circling each other in a slow, deliberate cadence. Their claws would have been too long for combat, too fragile for digging, but perfect for display, for tracing arcs in the earth like a language written in dust. Jake scratched his head. "Okay, but why? Mating display? Territory? Communication," Evelyn murmured. "Think about it. They couldn't vocalize like hadrosaurs or hum like Spinosaurus, but they had this. A way to send vibrations through the ground. A message you could feel." She pressed her palm flat against the sandstone, as if she could still sense the echo of those ancient movements. A gust of wind swept across the outcrop, lifting fine grains of sand into the air. For a moment, the claw marks seemed to shimmer, alive with memory. Jake shivered. "You ever get the feeling we're not just studying fossils? Like we're eavesdropping?" Evelyn didn't answer. The desert was quiet now, but the rocks remembered. Somewhere in the depths of time, those claws had carved not just into stone, but into the fabric of a world where giants spoke in tremors and dances. She closed her eyes, and for a heartbeat, she could almost hear it, the slow, deliberate drag of claws, the whisper of feathers, the earth itself humming in reply. When she opened them again, the wind had stilled. The marks were just fossils once more, but the desert kept its secrets close, and Evelyn was learning to listen. The Jurassic seas had been a world of teeth and shadow. Evelyn stood at the edge of the museum's marine exhibit, her reflection warped in the glass of the massive aquarium display. Inside, the skeletal remains of Dinosaurus hung suspended in blue-tinted water, its jagged jaws frozen mid-snap. The creature's name meant tearing lizard, and it lived up to it. Every serrated tooth was a testament to a reign of silent, brutal efficiency. Jake leaned against the railing beside her, squinting at the reconstruction. "Looks like someone crossed a crocodile with a torpedo." Evelyn didn't smile. "It was worse." She tapped the glass near the creature's skull. "See these grooves? Not wear marks. Resonance channels. Jake frowned. Like the Spinosaurus. Similar but refined. Evelyn pulled up a 3D scan on her tablet, rotating the model of Dacosaurus's skull. These channels run along the interior of the jaws, connecting to the inner ear. They're not for hearing, they're for projecting. Jake's breath hitched. You think it could, what, scream underwater? Not scream. Sing. Evelyn zoomed in on the skull's narrow sinus cavities. High-frequency pulses, just enough to disorient prey. Fish would convulse. Ammonites would lose buoyancy. Everything in range would just stop. The aquarium's artificial current stirred the Dacosaurus's bones, making them sway like a spectre in the deep. Evelyn imagined it alive, gliding through murky waters, its jaws parting not to bite, but to hum. A sound too high for human ears, but devastating to anything caught in its path. Jake swallowed hard. That's not hunting. That's sonic warfare. Evelyn nodded. And look at this. She swiped to another image, a fossilized ichthyosaur vertebra, its surface pitted with microscopic fractures. Same pattern as the hadrosaur ribs, same as the troodon tooth. Jake's voice dropped to a whisper. You think Dacosaurus did this? I think it was part of something bigger. Evelyn turned back to the display, her reflection merging with the creature's skeleton. A network! A frequency web spanning land and sea. The exhibit sound system played the gentle lapping of waves, the occasional artificial screech of a pterosaur overhead. But beneath it, Evelyn could almost hear it, the ghost of a sound, vibrating through time, the Dacosaurus's song, a predator that didn't just chase its prey. It called them to their doom. Jake shuddered. I'm starting to think the past was a lot louder than we imagined. Evelyn didn't answer. The bones were humming again. And the deeper they dug, the clearer the tune became. The Gobi Desert stretched before Evelyn and Jake like a vast, sun-scorched tapestry, its dunes rippling under the relentless wind. The air smelled of dust and ancient heat, the kind that seeped into bones and lingered. Evelyn adjusted her pack, her boots sinking slightly into the loose sediment as she scanned the horizon. There, she said, pointing to a cluster of low, weathered rocks. The tracks lead this way. Jake squinted, shielding his eyes from the glare. You sure they're raptor prints? Could just be erosion. Evelyn crouched, brushing her fingers over a three-toed impression in the sandstone. The edges were sharp, undisturbed by time. No erosion makes marks this precise. And look at the spacing. These were hunters. As if summoned by her words, a rustling sound whispered through the dry grass nearby. Not the wind, something alive. Jake froze. Did you hear that? Evelyn didn't answer. Her pulse thrummed in her throat as she slowly turned her head. A shadow darted between the rocks, low and sleek. Then another. Feathers. Not the dull brown of desert scrub, but iridescent black and gold, catching the sunlight like shards of polished obsidian. The creatures moved with eerie silence, their bodies close to the ground, their sickle claws barely skimming the earth. Velociraptors. Not the hulking monsters of Hollywood, but lithe, cunning things, their feathered tails flicking for balance as they circled. Evelyn counted 5, no 6, their dark eyes locked onto the intruders in their domain. Jake swallowed audibly. Okay, so we don't move, right? Evelyn kept her voice low. They're assessing us. Stay still. Don't look like prey. One of the raptors, larger than the others, took a step forward. Its feathers bristled along its neck, a silent display of dominance. The others mirrored it, fanning out in a loose semicircle. Then the wind shifted. The lead raptor's head snapped up, nostrils flaring. A second later, the entire pack stilled, their bodies tense. Evelyn held her breath. A sound rolled across the desert, low, resonant, more felt than heard. A hum. The raptors twisted as one, their feathers flattening in alarm. For a heartbeat, they were statues. Then, with a chorus of sharp, chittering cries, they bolted, streaking across the dunes in a blur of feathers and dust. Jake gaped. What the hell just happened? Evelyn's skin prickled. She knew that sound, knew it from Spinosaurus vertebrae and shattered hadrosaur ribs. Something had called them, and the raptors had obeyed. The desert fell silent again, but the air thrummed with unseen energy. Evelyn exhaled slowly, her mind racing. The bones weren't just speaking now. They were singing. The rain came without warning, thick sheets of it hammering the cracked earth of the ancient floodplain. Evelyn and Jake crouched beneath a makeshift tarp, the fabric snapping in the wind as the storm roared around them. The excavation site had transformed into a quagmire, rivulets of water carving through the sediment like time-lapsed rivers. And there, half submerged in the rising mud, lay the Titan. Argentinosaurus. The skeleton was incomplete, but what remained was staggering. Vertebrae the size of boulders, ribs like felled trees, all arranged in a final, desperate sprawl. The creature had died here, its massive body sinking into the mire as the last of its breath left its lungs. Jake wiped rainwater from his face, his voice barely audible over the storm. Look at the rib cage, those fractures again. Evelyn nodded, her gloves slick with mud as she traced the breaks. The pattern was achingly familiar now, precise, rhythmic, as if the bones had been plucked like guitar strings until they snapped. But something was different this time. She leaned closer, her flashlight beam cutting through the downpour. The fractures weren't just on the ribs, they spiderwebbed across the Argentinosaurus's entire skeleton, a latticework of trauma frozen in stone. It wasn't just attacked, she murmured. It was orchestrated. Jake frowned. What do you mean? Evelyn gestured to the skeleton's posture, the way the neck curved sharply to one side, the tail coiled as if in mid-thrash. This wasn't a predator taking it down. This was overwhelm, every bone shattered at once, from the inside out. She swallowed, the truth settling like a stone in her gut. Something vibrated it to death. The storm seemed to hush for a heartbeat, the rain softening to a whisper. Jake's eyes widened. Like the Spinosaurus's hum, but bigger. Evelyn didn't answer. She was staring at the mud around the Titan's skull, where the sediment had eroded just enough to reveal something else. Smaller, sharper bones. Raptor claws, dozens of them. Her breath caught. The velociraptors from the Gobi hadn't fled in fear. They'd fled here, to this. A kill site, a frequency trap. Jake followed her gaze, his face paling. I think they herded it. Evelyn interrupted, her voice tight. Like wolves driving prey off a cliff. Only instead of cliffs, they had sound. The rain returned in force, drumming against the tarp like 1,000 frantic fingers. The Argentinosaurus's empty eye sockets stared skyward, its final moments preserved in mud. A snapshot of time frozen. Evelyn exhaled slowly. The pieces were falling into place now, forming a picture more terrifying than she'd imagined. This wasn't just about hunting. It was about control. The Titan's bones hummed beneath her fingertips, a silent echo of the force that had felled it. Somewhere in the storm's howl she could almost hear it, the last shuddering note of a song written in violence. Jake touched her shoulder, his hand trembling. We need to go. The mud's rising too fast. Evelyn nodded, but her eyes stayed locked on the skeleton. The past wasn't just whispering anymore. It was screaming. And she was the only one listening. The wind howled through the canyon, carrying with it the dry, papery scent of sagebrush and old stone. Evelyn stood at the edge of the cliff, her gaze fixed on the fossil embedded in the sandstone wall before her. Quetzalcoatlus northropi, the largest flying creature to ever exist, its wingspan stretching nearly 40 feet. The skeleton was incomplete. Just the elongated fourth finger that had once supported its vast wing membrane, and a scattering of vertebrae, but it was enough. Jake crouched beside the fossil, brushing dust from the delicate bones. How the hell did something this big even get off the ground? Evelyn didn't answer right away. She traced the curve of the wing bone with her gloved fingers, her mind racing. The physics were staggering. A creature the size of a small airplane, launching itself into the sky. Thermals, she murmured at last. They must have used the rising air currents like modern raptors. But that's not the interesting part. Jake raised an eyebrow. The fact that a giraffe-sized reptile could fly isn't interesting enough for you? Evelyn shot him a wry look before turning back to the fossil. Look at the bone density. Pterosaurs had hollow bones, but Quetzalcoatlus, its structure is different. Reinforced, almost like... She hesitated. Like what? Like it was built to withstand vibration. Jake blinked. You think it could hum too? Evelyn exhaled sharply, her breath stirring the dust at her feet. Not hum. Resonate. She pointed to the subtle striations along the wing bone. These aren't stress fractures. They're harmonic marks. This thing didn't just ride the wind, it sang to it. The idea hung between them, wild and improbable. A creature that didn't just fly, but orchestrated the air around it, shaping currents with sound. Jake shook his head. That's insane. Even for you. Is it? Evelyn gestured to the canyon walls around them, their striated layers catching the late afternoon light. Think about it. Quetzalcoatlus needed a running start to take off, right? But what if it didn't just push off the ground? What if it used low-frequency pulses to lift itself? Jake opened his mouth, then closed it. Somewhere high above, a red-tailed hawk cried, its voice sharp against the desert silence. Evelyn tilted her head, listening. The wind, the hawk, the faint creak of shifting rock. It was all part of the same symphony. A language of vibrations. She turned back to the fossil. We've been thinking about sound all wrong. It wasn't just a weapon. It was a tool. For hunting, for flight, for communication. Jake finished, his voice hushed. Evelyn nodded. The pieces were there, scattered across continents and eons, hadrosaur crests, Spinosaurus sails, Therizinosaurus dances, a web of frequencies tying the Cretaceous world together. And at the center of it all, the pterosaurs, masters of the sky, their wings tuned like instruments. Jake ran a hand through his hair. So what, the whole damn Mesozoic was one big orchestra? Evelyn smiled faintly. Maybe, and we're just starting to hear the music. The wind gusted again, stronger this time, whistling through the canyon like a breath across the mouth of a flute. Somewhere in the depths of time, Quetzalcoatlus had ridden these very currents, its wings thrumming with a song lost to the ages. Evelyn closed her eyes, and for the first time she almost understood. The ocean had a voice. Evelyn stood on the research vessel's deck, her hands braced against the railing as the ship cut through the midnight blue waters of the ancient inland sea reconstruction. The air was thick with salt, and the faint metallic tang of the sonar equipment humming behind her. On the screens inside the cabin, the seabed unfolded in jagged relief. Volcanic ridges, fossilized coral, and the occasional shadow of what might have been bone. Jake adjusted the sensitivity on the hydrophone, his brow furrowed. "You sure this is the right spot? The scans aren't picking up anything but sediment." Evelyn didn't look away from the water. "It's here. I know it." The Mosasaurus had ruled these waters, 60 feet of coiled muscle and serrated teeth, a leviathan that turned Cretaceous oceans into hunting grounds. But Evelyn wasn't here for its teeth. She was here for its song. A soft ping echoed from the hydrophone, the sound sharp in the quiet. Jake stiffened. "Wait, that's not sediment." Evelyn turned just as the screen flickered, the sonar resolving into a long, sinuous shape, half buried in the seabed. The Mosasaurus skeleton lay in a graceful curve, its vertebrae like a string of dark pearls leading to the unmistakable wedge of its skull. But it was the ribs that caught Evelyn's breath. Fractured. Patterned. She gripped the railing tighter. "There, zoom in." Jake magnified the image. The fractures spiraled outward from the center of the rib cage, radiating like cracks in ice. Except these weren't random. They branched at precise intervals, following the natural resonance points of the bone. Evelyn's pulse thundered in her ears. "It's the same as the Argentinosaurus, the same as the hadrosaur." Jake exhaled. "You think something sang this thing to death too?" "Not sang." Evelyn stepped closer to the screen, her reflection merging with the skeleton's ghostly outline. "Hummed. Low-frequency pulses, just enough to vibrate the water around it. Mosasaurs were built for pressure. They could dive deep, withstand currents. But this?" She tapped the fractures. "This was targeted. Something knew exactly how to shake it apart." A silence settled over the deck, broken only by the lap of waves against the hull. Somewhere below, the Mosasaurus's bones lay still, a relic of a predator that had met something worse. Jake rubbed his temples. "Okay, but what?" There wasn't anything bigger in these waters. Nothing smarter. Evelyn didn't answer right away. She stared at the sonar image, the way the skeleton curled in on itself, almost protectively, like it had been trying to shield something. Then she saw it. "Jake." Her voice was barely a whisper. "Look at the sediment around the skull." He leaned in. Nestled against the Mosasaurus's jawbone was a smaller, slender shape. Another skeleton, barely half its size. A young one. Jake's breath hitched. It was protecting its offspring. Evelyn nodded, her throat tight. The fractures were worse near the juvenile's remains, the bones nearly pulverized. Whatever had done this hadn't just hunted. It had made sure. The realization settled over her like a weight. This wasn't just about predation. It was about erasure. The hydrophone pinged again, this time picking up something else, a faint, subsonic thrum reverberating through the water. Not from the skeleton. From below it. Jake's head snapped up. "What the hell is that?" Evelyn's skin prickled. The sound was deeper than the ship's engines, older than the rocks. A vibration that didn't belong to modern oceans. A memory. She pressed her palm flat against the deck, feeling the hum travel up through the metal. "It's still here." Jake stared at her. "What is—" "The frequency." Evelyn closed her eyes. The sound wasn't in the water. It was the water. The Mosasaurus hadn't just been killed, it had been played. And the ocean never forgot a tune. The hydrophone's ping deepened, harmonizing with the unseen pulse. For a heartbeat, the sea itself seemed to hold its breath. Then the sound faded, leaving only the whisper of waves and the echo of bones. Evelyn opened her eyes. The screens showed nothing but static now, the sonar image gone dark. But the message was clear. The past wasn't done singing yet. And the next note was theirs to find. The helicopter blades thundered overhead as Evelyn and Jake descended into the Arctic wasteland, the skids crunching into permafrost as solid as concrete. The research station, a cluster of prefab huts huddled under a sky the color of tarnished silver, looked like a mirage against the endless white. Evelyn tightened her parka hood against the biting wind, her breath frosting in the air. "You sure this is the place?" Dr. Petrov, the lead glaciologist, nodded, his beard crusted with ice. "Da. The melt exposed them last week." He jerked a thumb toward a steel hatch in the ground. "Down there." The descent into the ice tunnel was a plunge into another world. The walls glowed blue under the LED strips, the air so cold it burned Evelyn's lungs. And then, there they were. Eggs, dozens of them, nestled in a frozen cradle of sediment, their leathery shells veined with frost. Each was the size of a football, their surfaces dimpled and rough. But it wasn't their size that made Evelyn's pulse stutter. It was the shadows inside. Jake exhaled sharply, his flashlight beam trembling. "Are those embryos?" Evelyn finished, her voice hushed. The tiny curled forms were perfectly preserved, their delicate bones visible through the translucent membranes. Troodon, judging by the sickle claws already formed on their hind limbs. Petrov crossed himself. "We drilled core samples. Carbon dating puts them at 68 million years. But look." He pointed to the base of the nest, where the ice darkened to an eerie, swirling black. This layer, volcanic ash, from the Chicxulub impact. Jake frowned. "So they died in the extinction event?" Evelyn crouched, brushing gloved fingers over the ash-streaked ice. Number they were buried by it. She tilted her head, studying the arrangement of the eggs, not scattered, but carefully arranged in concentric circles. A pattern, a nest. Her breath caught. Something built this, protected them. Jake's laugh was nervous. Protected them from what? The asteroid? Evelyn didn't answer. She was staring at the ice beneath the eggs, where the faintest impressions of claw marks spiraled outward. Familiar, hauntingly precise. Just like the Therizinosaurus dance. Just like the fractures. A sound shuddered through the tunnel then, low and resonant, vibrating up through the ice. The LEDs flickered. Petrov paled. "That is not the generator." The eggs trembled in their frozen cradle, the embryo's shadows shifting as if stirring in sleep. Jake grabbed Evelyn's arm. "We need to go. Now." But Evelyn couldn't move. The sound wasn't just in the ice. It was answering something, something far below, and it was waking up. The first crack split the permafrost with a gunshot snap. Then another, and another. The nest was hatching. 68 million years too late. The wind sighed through the prehistoric ferns, a sound like 1,000 voices murmuring just beyond hearing. Evelyn knelt in the sea of greenery, her fingers brushing the feathery fronds that swayed around her. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and crushed vegetation, alive with the hum of unseen insects and the distant rustle of something small moving through the undergrowth. Jake crouched beside her, his boots sinking slightly into the soft soil. "This place feels watched." Evelyn didn't answer. Her attention was fixed on the ground, where a series of tiny, three-toed tracks wound through the mud. No larger than her thumb, the imprints were crisp, fresh, as if their maker had passed through mere hours ago, not millions of years ago. Compsognathus. She traced the edge of one print with her gloved finger. They were here, dozens of them, A whole flock. Jake scanned the swaying ferns, his shoulders tense. I don't like this. It's too quiet. He was right. The grasslands stretched endlessly in every direction, a vast, undulating expanse of green and gold, but the usual chorus of chirps and clicks was absent. Only the wind spoke, whispering through the fronds like a secret. Then, movement. A flicker of brown and white darted between the ferns, too fast to track. Then another, and another. Evelyn held her breath. The Compsognathus were tiny, no bigger than turkeys, their lithe bodies feathered in mottled patterns that melted into the foliage. They moved like shadows, their heads cocked, their dark eyes sharp with avian intelligence. One paused at the edge of the clearing, its nostrils flaring as it scented the air. Jake froze. They see us. Evelyn shook her head minutely. Number they're listening. The Compsognathus tilted its head, its body rigid. Then, with a soft, chittering cry, it bolted, not away but toward them, weaving through the ferns in a blur of motion. Jake yelped, scrambling back. What the hell? But Evelyn didn't move. The creature wasn't attacking. It was herding. The ferns trembled as the rest of the flock surged forward, a coordinated wave of feathers and claws, driving something ahead of them. A smaller creature, its furred body darting desperately between the fronds. A mammal. Evelyn's pulse spiked. They're hunting. Together. The Compsognathus moved like a single organism, cutting off escape routes with eerie precision, their calls sharp and rhythmic, almost musical. The mammal twisted, panicked, but there was no opening, no escape. Then the wind shifted. A low, resonant hum shuddered through the earth, deeper than sound, more felt than heard. The Compsognathus froze as one, their heads snapping up. Evelyn's breath caught. She knew that vibration. The flock didn't hesitate. With a chorus of panicked screeches, they scattered, vanishing into the ferns like smoke. The mammal, forgotten, bolted in the opposite direction. The grasslands fell silent again. Jake exhaled shakily. What was that? Evelyn pressed her palm flat against the soil. The ground still thrummed faintly, a fading echo of something vast and unseen. A command. Jake swallowed hard. From what? Evelyn didn't answer. The wind sighed again, carrying with it the scent of crushed ferns and something older, something that didn't belong to this world. The Compsognathus tracks were already vanishing, the mud softening under the first drops of rain. But the message was clear. The grasslands weren't empty, and whatever walked them wasn't small. The first thunder rolled in the distance, a sound like bones shifting deep beneath the earth. Evelyn stood slowly, her eyes on the horizon. The hunt was over. But the game was just beginning. The air in the museum's paleolab was thick with the scent of plaster and old bones. Evelyn stood over the reconstructed skull of Tyrannosaurus rex, her fingers hovering just above the jagged teeth. This specimen was different, not just another apex predator, but a survivor. Jake leaned against the work table beside her, arms crossed. You're staring at it like it's going to bite you. It might have. Evelyn murmured, tracing the healed fracture along the jawline. The bone had knit together unevenly, leaving a ridge as thick as a thumb. Look at this. This wasn't a clean break. Something crushed its jaw, and it lived long enough to heal. Jake whistled low. What could do that to a T-Rex? Evelyn's gaze drifted to the rest of the skeleton. The ribs bore similar marks. Old injuries, some healed, others not. The creature's right fibula was twisted, the bone warped from what must have been excruciating pressure. Not what? she said quietly. Who? Jake blinked. You think another T-Rex did this? Evelyn shook her head. This wasn't a territorial fight. This was targeted. She pointed to the vertebrae, where deep, parallel grooves scored the bone. These aren't bite marks. They're tool marks. Something held it down. A chill settled over the lab. The T-Rex lay in pieces before them, its bones telling a story of prolonged suffering. Not a quick death, but a slow unraveling. Starvation had hollowed its frame. The ribs curved inward like the bars of a cage, the pelvis sharp where muscle had wasted away. Jake swallowed. You're saying something tortured it? Evelyn didn't answer right away. She picked up a fragment of the skull, turning it under the light. The bone was thin here, almost porous. Look at the texture. Osteoporosis. This thing was old when it died. And weak. Jake frowned. So, even kings fall eventually. But not like this. Evelyn set the fragment down with a soft click. Predators this size don't just waste away. They're killed. Unless ... Unless something kept it alive. Jake finished, his voice hollow. Evelyn nodded. The evidence was there, written in the bones, the healed fractures, the atrophy, the sheer lingering of it all. This T-Rex hadn't been hunted. It had been broken, and then left to starve. Jake rubbed his arms as if suddenly cold. Why? What's the point? Evelyn's fingers stilled over the skull's empty eye socket. Control. A message. You don't just kill the tyrant. You make sure everyone sees what happens to tyrants. The lab's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting long shadows across the reconstructed bones. For a moment, the T-Rex seemed to stir, its hollow gaze fixed on some unseen horizon. Jake exhaled sharply. You think the frequency did this too? Evelyn didn't answer. She was staring at the skull's inner ear, where the delicate semicircular canals had fossilized intact. The structures were massive, built to process the deep, resonant sounds of its world. Or perhaps to suffer them. She straightened, her voice barely above a whisper. I think it heard something it couldn't escape. Outside, the wind rattled the lab's windows, a sound like claws on glass. The T-Rex's bones lay silent, but the truth was louder than any roar. Some things didn't just kill. They humiliated, and the past had a long, long memory. The wind had died. Evelyn stood at the edge of the dig site, her boots sinking slightly into the cracked mud of the ancient floodplain. The air was thick with the scent of petrified wood and something else, something faintly metallic, like old blood. Before her, half buried in the sediment, lay the remains of Dinosaurus, its massive arms outstretched as if frozen mid-embrace. Jake crouched beside the fossil, brushing dust from one of the creature's 3-foot-long claws. This thing looks like a nightmare swan. Evelyn didn't laugh. The Dinosaurus was an enigma. 30 feet of contradictions, with the arms of a predator, the gut of a herbivore, and the posture of something that had never quite decided whether to walk on 2 legs or 4. Its beak was flat, its back humped, its skin studded with the fossilized remnants of quill-like feathers. But it was the claws that held her attention. She knelt, tracing the curve of one with her gloved finger. The keratin was worn smooth along the inner edge, polished by something more than time. These weren't for slashing, she murmured. They were for digging. Jake frowned. Like a anteater? Or a sculptor? Evelyn pointed to the sediment around the fossil. Not the usual scatter of debris, but deliberate, spiraling grooves radiating outward from the body. Look at the pattern. It's the same as the Therizinosaurus marks, but deeper, older. The realization settled over her like a weight. The Dinosaurus hadn't just died here. It had been working. Jake exhaled sharply. You think it was, what, carving something into the ground? Evelyn didn't answer right away. She pressed her palm flat against the mud, feeling the faint residual hum of the earth beneath. The grooves weren't random. They were notes. A vibration shuddered through the ground then, subtle but unmistakable, a deep, subsonic pulse that made her teeth ache. Jake stiffened. Did you feel that? Evelyn nodded slowly. The Dinosaurus's skull lay tilted to one side, its empty eye sockets fixed on the horizon. The position wasn't accidental. It was watching something. She followed its gaze. The floodplains stretched endlessly, broken only by the occasional skeletal jut of petrified trees. But there, on the far edge of the basin, the sediment dipped sharply, a depression too perfect to be natural, a nest not for eggs, for something else. Jake's voice was hushed. What the hell is that? Evelyn stood, her pulse thrumming. A resonator. The Dinosaurus didn't just hear the frequency, it was tuned to it. She stepped closer to the fossil, her shadow falling across its massive arms. These claws, they weren't just for digging, they were for conducting. The wind stirred again, carrying with it the faintest whisper of sound. Not a voice, not a song, but something between. The Dinosaurus's feathers rustled in the breeze, though they had been stone for eons. Jake shuddered. It's still here, isn't it? Whatever it was watching. Evelyn didn't answer. The depression in the distance seemed to darken, as if something beneath the earth had shifted. Waiting. Listening. The Dinosaurus's claws gleamed dully in the fading light, their edges still sharp enough to cut. Some things didn't need to roar to be heard, and some watchers never blinked. The floodwaters came quietly. Evelyn stood on the crumbling shoreline of the reconstructed Cretaceous Delta, the humid air thick with the scent of rotting vegetation and salt. The tide was rising, not in the slow, predictable rhythm of modern oceans, but in a relentless, hungry surge. The water lapped at the roots of towering cypress-like trees, their trunks already half submerged, their branches heavy with vines that trailed into the murk like skeletal fingers. Jake crouched at the water's edge, his fingers skimming the surface. This isn't right. The sediment layers show this area was stable for millions of years. It shouldn't be flooding this fast. Evelyn didn't answer. Her eyes were fixed on the distant horizon, where storm clouds bruised the sky. The sea wasn't just rising, it was advancing, swallowing the coastal forests whole. And the creatures were fleeing. A herd of Parasaurolophus burst from the tree line, their crests flashing amber in the fading light. They moved in a panicked stampede, their bellows reverberating through the air. Not the deep, resonant calls of communication, but something shriller. Desperation. Jake stood abruptly. They're running from the water? No. Evelyn's voice was tight. They're running from what's in it. The first Spinosaurus emerged like a shadow given form. Its sail cut through the brackish water, the tip just visible above the surface as it glided toward shore. Then another appeared. And another. Not hunting. Herding. The Parasaurolophus skidded to a halt at the water's edge, their cries rising in pitch as the Spinosaurus fanned out behind them, cutting off retreat. The water trembled with their movement, the surface rippling unnaturally. Not from currents, but from something deeper. A vibration. Jake grabbed Evelyn's arm. We need to go. Now. She didn't move. The Spinosaurus weren't attacking. They were waiting. Then the humming started. It wasn't a sound so much as a pressure, a thrumming in the bones and teeth that made Evelyn's vision blur. The Parasaurolophus shuddered, their legs buckling as if the air itself had turned to lead. One collapsed, its ribs heaving, its crest splintering with an audible crack. Jake gagged, clapping his hands over his ears. "What the hell?" Evelyn's knees nearly gave out. The water wasn't just vibrating, it was resonating, amplifying the Spinosaurus's call into a weapon. The hadrosaur's hollow crests, built to carry song, had become death traps. The first Spinosaurus lunged, not at the struggling herd, but at the water itself. Its jaws snapped shut with a thunderclap of force, sending a shockwave through the shallows. The nearest Parasaurolophus convulsed, its bones shattering beneath its skin. It wasn't hunting, it was harvesting. Jake yanked Evelyn backward as the floodwaters surged over their boots, the tide rising inches in seconds. "Evelyn, move!" She stumbled after him, her pulse roaring in her ears. Behind them, the Spinosaurus's hum deepened, the water trembling like a struck drum. The remaining hadrosaurs collapsed, their bodies twitching as the frequency ripped them apart from the inside. The sea wasn't drowning the world. It was singing it to death. Evelyn's last glimpse was of the Spinosaurus turning in unison, their sails slicing through the bloodied water as the tide swallowed the shore whole. The Cretaceous wasn't ending with a whimper. It was ending with a chord. The air was thick with the scent of crushed ferns and damp earth, the last breath of a world that did not yet know it was dying. The Triceratops herd moved slowly through the mist-laden dawn, their massive heads dipping low to tear at the tender shoots beneath the towering cycads. The adults formed a loose ring around the juveniles, their frilled skulls and curved horns casting long shadows across the dew-slick grass. One old bull, his left horn scarred from a long-ago battle, lifted his beak and sniffed the wind. Something was wrong. Evelyn crouched in the undergrowth, her breath shallow, her fingers pressed into the soft soil. Beside her, Jake stiffened. "They sense it," he whispered. She nodded. The herd had grown restless over the past hour, tails flicking, nostrils flaring at the air. The old bull snorted, his crest flushing a deeper crimson as he turned his gaze skyward. The horizon was still dark, but not with night. A shadow was rising. The first tremor rippled through the ground, subtle as a sigh. The Triceratops' calves bleated, pressing closer to their mothers. The adults shifted, their heavy feet stamping uneasily. Then the sky screamed. A fireball split the heavens, a streak of molten light too bright to look at. The impact was silent at first, a terrible, weightless moment where the world held its breath. And then the shockwave hit. The earth buckled. Trees snapped like twigs. The Triceratops herd bellowed in unison, a sound of pure, primordial terror as the ground beneath them rolled in waves. The old bull staggered, his legs splaying as the soil liquefied. Jake grabbed Evelyn's arm. "We have to go, now!" She couldn't move. The sky was darkening, not with smoke, but with something worse, a wall of water taller than mountains, roaring inland from the impact zone. The ocean was coming. The Triceratops herd turned as one, instinct driving them away from the quaking coast. But there was nowhere to run. The first Spinosaurus emerged from the trembling rivers, their sails cutting through the frothing water. Then another. And another, not fleeing, hunting. The old bull lowered his horns, his challenge drowned by the shriek of the dying world. The Spinosaurus didn't attack. They hummed. The sound was a physical force, vibrating through the ground, through bone, through flesh. The nearest Triceratops shuddered, its legs buckling as its frill splintered, cracks racing across the keratin like shattered glass. Evelyn's vision blurred. The frequency wasn't just breaking bones, it was unmaking them, resonating at a pitch that turned living tissue to pulp. The herd collapsed, one by one, their bodies convulsing as the Spinosaurus closed in. The old bull lasted the longest, his scarred horn digging furrows in the earth as he tried to rise. Then the tidal wave hit. The water swallowed the world in an instant, black and boiling, carrying with it the broken bodies of the Triceratops, the Spinosaurus, the forests, the very air. The last thing Evelyn saw was the old bull's eye, dark and liquid, staring into the vanishing sky as the wave took him under. Then, silence. The Cretaceous was over, but the song wasn't. Somewhere, beneath the bloodied water, the earth kept humming, and the bones remembered. The river was a silver ribbon winding through the dense Cretaceous foliage, its surface dappled with sunlight filtering through the towering ferns. Evelyn crouched at the water's edge, her fingers trailing in the cool current. The air hummed with dragonflies, their iridescent wings catching the light as they skimmed over the shallows. Jake knelt beside her, squinting at the half-submerged log drifting lazily downstream. "You sure this is the right spot? I don't see anything." Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the opposite bank, where the mud was gouged with deep, three-toed tracks. "Baryonyx," she murmured. The name conjured images of a predator forgotten by time, a sleek, crocodile-faced theropod with sickle claws built for snagging fish from the water. Not as massive as Spinosaurus, not as brutal as T-Rex, but no less lethal in its domain. Jake frowned. "I thought they were solitary." "Mostly." Evelyn pointed to the tracks. "But look at the spacing. These were made at the same time. 2 of them, moving in tandem." A ripple disturbed the water near the log. Not a fish, something larger. The log twitched, and Evelyn's breath caught. It wasn't wood at all. A baryonyx lay half-submerged in the shallows, its mottled green and brown hide blending seamlessly with the riverbed. Its nostrils flared just above the surface, its golden eyes unblinking as it watched the far bank, waiting. Then the second one emerged, smaller, younger, its crest less pronounced. It waded silently beside the first, its claws flexing in anticipation. Jake's voice was barely a whisper. "They're hunting together?" Evelyn nodded. The baryonyx weren't just fishing. They were coordinating. The larger one shifted, its tail stirring the water with a barely audible swish. The vibration traveled downstream, sending a school of fish darting toward the shallows, right into the path of the younger hunter. In a flash of teeth and spray, the smaller baryonyx struck, its claws spearing into the water with surgical precision. It emerged with a thrashing lungfish clamped in its jaws, shaking it once before swallowing it whole. The larger baryonyx didn't move. It didn't need to. Its role was subtler. Not the strike, but the setup. Jake exhaled sharply. That wasn't luck. That was strategy. Evelyn's pulse quickened. The baryonyx weren't just predators. They were conductors, using the water itself as an instrument. The vibrations, the positioning, it was a hunt choreographed in frequencies too low for prey to hear. The larger baryonyx tilted its head, its gaze sliding past the riverbank, straight to where Evelyn and Jake crouched. Jake stiffened. "It sees us." Evelyn didn't move. The creature's eyes were ancient, calculating. It knew they were there, and it didn't care. With a slow, deliberate motion, it turned back to the water, its claws trailing ripples across the surface. A silent signal. The younger baryonyx vanished beneath the current, leaving only bubbles in its wake. The river flowed on, indifferent. But Evelyn had seen enough. The forgotten hunter wasn't just surviving, it was listening, and the water sang its secrets. The Badlands stretched before Evelyn and Jake like a shattered mosaic, the layers of sediment a geological chronicle of time itself. The afternoon sun blazed overhead, bleaching the rocks to bone white and casting long, jagged shadows. But it wasn't the heat that made Evelyn's hands tremble as she knelt beside the fossil. It was the posture. The sauropod lay curled on its side, its neck arched gracefully, its tail coiled around its body like a resting dragon. The skeleton was nearly complete, its bones fossilized in perfect repose, not the frantic thrash of a creature caught in a tar pit or the twisted agony of a predator's final strike. This dinosaur had lain down to sleep. Jake let out a low whistle, crouching beside her. That's not normal. Evelyn shook her head, her fingers hovering over the massive rib cage. Number sauropods didn't just lie down. Their bodies weren't built for it. They slept standing, like elephants. Yet here it was, a titan in repose, its vertebrae arranged in a gentle spiral, its skull tucked beneath one forelimb like a child hiding from a storm. Jake frowned. So what, it just decided to die like this? Evelyn didn't answer. Her attention was fixed on the fractures, not the chaotic splintering of age or predation, but delicate, branching cracks that spider-webbed through the bones, especially around the skull and the base of the neck, just like the Argentinosaurus, just like the hadrosaur ribs. She exhaled sharply. It didn't decide anything. Something put it to sleep. Jake's eyes widened. You think the frequency did this? Evelyn traced a fracture with her gloved finger. The bone was thin here, porous, almost melted. Not just any frequency, a lullaby. The word hung between them, absurd and terrifying. A breeze stirred the dust around the fossil, whispering through the skeletal remains like a sigh. The sauropod's empty eye sockets stared into eternity, its final moments preserved in stone. Jake swallowed hard. Why? Why would something sing a dinosaur to death? Evelyn's gaze drifted to the horizon, where the Badlands dissolved into heat haze. Somewhere out there, beneath the layers of time, something had hummed this creature into oblivion. Not with violence, but with eerie, unbearable gentleness. Maybe it wasn't death, she murmured. Maybe it was just quiet. The thought settled over them like a shroud. The sauropod hadn't been hunted. It hadn't been broken. It had been still. And in a world of teeth and thunder, that was the most terrifying thing of all. Jake shivered despite the heat. We should go. Evelyn nodded, but she didn't move. The desert stretched silent around them, the only sound the dry rattle of wind through sagebrush. And beneath it, faint, almost imagined, the echo of a song too deep to hear. The giant slept on, and the earth remembered its name. The tracks appeared overnight. Evelyn knelt in the dry riverbed, the morning sun already baking the cracked earth beneath her. The fossilized footprints stretched before her in a perfect, unbroken line, three-toed, deep, and unmistakably velociraptor. But it wasn't the tracks themselves that made her pulse stutter. It was where they ended. Jake crouched beside her, his shadow falling across the last print in the sequence. That's not possible. The final footprint was pristine, the claw marks sharp as if pressed into wet clay moments ago. But there was no next step, no disturbance in the sediment beyond it, just an abrupt void, as if the creature had taken one final stride and vanished. Evelyn ran her fingers along the edge of the last print. The sediment was undisturbed, no sign of sliding or collapse. It didn't stop. It didn't turn. It just stopped being here. Jake exhaled sharply. Okay, but No, tracks don't just end. Maybe erosion. Look at the depth. Evelyn pressed her palm flat beside the print. The surrounding sediment was undisturbed, the layers perfectly preserved. Nothing weathered this. These tracks were made and fossilized in the same instant. A gust of wind hissed through the canyon, stirring the dust around them. Evelyn's skin prickled. The air smelled wrong, not the usual dry tang of sandstone, but something metallic, like ozone after a storm. Jake stood abruptly, scanning the cliffs. You hear that? At first, Evelyn heard nothing. Then, a click, soft, rhythmic, almost mechanical. Not an insect, not a bird. Footsteps, but there was nothing there. The clicks grew louder, circling them, though the riverbed remained empty. The sound was wrong, not the crunch of gravel or the slap of flesh on stone, but something sharper, like bones tapping together. Evelyn's breath fogged in the air despite the heat. Jake backed toward her, his voice tight. Tell me I'm not the only one hearing this. The clicks coalesced into a pattern. Left, right, left, matching the fossilized tracks exactly. A shadow flickered at the edge of Evelyn's vision, but when she turned, there was only sunlight and dust. Then, from the empty air beside the last footprint, a sound. A breath, wet, guttural, hungry. Jake grabbed her arm. Run! They bolted, scrambling up the riverbank as the phantom footsteps gave chase, invisible, relentless, clicking faster now, closer. Evelyn's boots skidded on loose gravel as she lunged for the jeep. Jake wrenched the door open, and they tumbled inside just as something scraped across the hood, a sound like claws on metal. The engine roared to life. As they peeled away, Evelyn twisted in her seat. The riverbed lay empty in the rearview mirror, the tracks undisturbed. But the last footprint was gone. As if something had finally landed. Jake's knuckles were white on the wheel. What the hell was that? Evelyn didn't answer. Her hands trembled as she pulled out her notebook, flipping to a sketch of the velociraptor tracks from the Gobi. The spacing was identical. She exhaled slowly. The bones weren't just singing anymore. They were walking. And whatever had made those tracks wasn't fossilized. It was hunting. The jeep kicked up dust as they fled, but the clicks lingered in Evelyn's ears, a phantom rhythm keeping time with her pulse. Left, right, left. The cave mouth yawned before them like the throat of some long-dead beast, its edges jagged with teeth of ancient limestone. Evelyn adjusted her headlamp, the beam cutting through the damp darkness as she stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of wet stone and something older, something that smelled like rust and memory. Jake hesitated at the threshold, his boot scuffing the loose scree. You sure about this? Caves and dinosaur bones usually mean one thing. Evelyn didn't look back. Paleontological gold. Flash floods. She smirked, though her pulse thrummed in her throat. The cave system had been discovered by a hiker who'd slipped through a sinkhole, only to land in a chamber lined with bones. Not scattered fragments, but articulated skeletons, entire dinosaurs preserved in eerie, frozen postures. The first chamber opened around them, the ceiling arching high overhead, studded with stalactites that gleamed like fangs in the lamplight. And there, half buried in the sediment, lay the first skeleton, Ankylosaurus. The armored titan lay on its side, its club tail curled protectively around its body, its bony plates fractured but still in place. Evelyn crouched beside it, running her fingers along the vertebrae. The bones were smooth, almost polished, not by water, but by something else. Jake whistled. Looks like it died in its sleep. Evelyn shook her head. Number, look closer. The fractures weren't random. They radiated from the center of the rib cage in perfect, branching patterns, like cracks in glass struck by a single, precise note. Jake's breath hitched. The frequency. Evelyn nodded, her lamp beam catching on something deeper in the chamber. Another skeleton. Then another. All with the same fractures, all curled as if resting. The cave wasn't a graveyard. It was a lullaby. A draft whispered through the tunnel ahead, carrying with it a sound, low, resonant, more felt than heard. The ground trembled faintly beneath their boots. Jake grabbed her arm. "That's not water." Evelyn's headlamp flickered. Then movement. Deep in the cave, something shifted. Not bones, shadow. The hum deepened, vibrating up through the rock, through their ribs, through their teeth. The stalactites above them shivered, their tips shedding dust like snowfall. Jake's voice was a strangled whisper. "We need to go. Now." Evelyn didn't argue. They ran, their boots slipping on wet stone as the cave groaned around them. Behind them, the darkness breathed, a sigh that smelled of old earth and older hunger. The entrance was a sliver of daylight when the first stalactite fell, shattering like ice between them and the way out. Jake skidded to a halt. "Evelyn!" She turned back. The cave walls were singing, and something in the dark was singing back. The last thing she saw before the collapse was the Ankylosaurus skeleton, its empty sockets staring into the abyss, not in fear, but in recognition. Then the mountain swallowed them whole. The ocean floor was a graveyard of spirals. Evelyn adjusted the submersible's external lights, the beams cutting through the murky water to reveal the seabed below, an endless field of coiled shells, each no larger than her palm, their chambers fossilized in perfect Fibonacci curves. Ammonites, millions of them, blanketing the sediment like an alien mosaic. Jake's voice crackled through the comms, tinny with static. "You seeing this? It's like a snail's version of the elephant graveyard." Evelyn didn't answer. Her attention was fixed on the patterns. The ammonites weren't scattered randomly. They clustered in concentric rings, their spirals aligned as if drawn by some unseen current or sound. She guided the submersible lower, the thrusters kicking up fine silt. "There's a structure here. Look at the way they're arranged, like ripples from a dropped stone." Jake exhaled sharply. "You think something placed them like this?" Evelyn magnified the image on her screen. The ammonites' shells were intact, but their inner chambers bore faint hairline fractures, precise, branching, achingly familiar. Just like the Argentinosaurus ribs, just like the Mosasaurus vertebrae. Her pulse quickened. They didn't just die, Jake. They shattered. A silence stretched between them, broken only by the hum of the submersible systems. The ammonites gleamed under the lights, their pearlescent interiors catching the glow like fractured mirrors. Then, movement. A current stirred the silt, sending a shudder through the ammonite field. The shells trembled, their spirals vibrating in unison, though the water was otherwise still. Jake's voice dropped to a whisper. "Evelyn, the hydrophone." She switched it on. The sound that filled the cabin was unlike anything she'd ever heard. A low, resonant hum that seemed to bypass her ears entirely, vibrating directly in her bones. It wasn't a single note, but a chord, layered and complex, shifting like a living thing. The ammonites answered. Their shells began to vibrate, their fractures humming in eerie harmony with the sound. The water itself seemed to thicken, the pressure building until Evelyn's teeth ached. Jake gasped. "They're not fossils. They're instruments." The realization hit Evelyn like a tidal wave. The ammonites hadn't been killed by the frequency. They'd been part of it, a living, breathing network of resonators, turning the entire ocean floor into a vast, prehistoric soundboard. The hum deepened, the shells trembling harder now, their spirals pulsing with light as if lit from within. Evelyn's vision blurred at the edges, the sound worming into her skull, into her blood. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The ammonites stilled. The water fell silent. Jake's breath was ragged in the comms. What the hell was that? Evelyn stared at the shells, her hands shaking. The fractures weren't damage. They were tuning marks. She reached for the controls, her voice barely audible. It wasn't just a weapon, Jake. It was a song. The submersible's lights flickered as she turned it toward the surface, but the image of the spirals burned behind her eyelids, a language written in vibration, a message older than bones. The ammonites hadn't just sung, they'd been sung to. And whatever had composed that melody was still out there, waiting, listening. The ocean held its breath, and the spirals remembered. The jungle swallowed them whole. Evelyn hacked through the last of the vines with her machete, the blade glinting in the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and something older, something that smelled of crushed ferns and resin, untouched by time. Jake wiped sweat from his brow, his shirt already clinging to his back. You sure the coordinates are right? This place looks like it hasn't seen daylight since the Cretaceous. Evelyn checked the GPS again, the screen flickering in the humid air. According to the satellite scans, there's a valley just beyond this ridge. No recorded expeditions, no surveys, nothing. The ground trembled faintly beneath their boots, not an earthquake, but something subtler, like the earth itself was breathing. Then they crested the ridge, and the world opened up before them. The valley was a relic. Towering cycads and ginkgos stretched toward the sky, their fronds broad and waxy, unchanged for millions of years. A shallow river cut through the basin, its waters clear and slow, teeming with fish whose scales shimmered like polished bronze. And there, on the far bank, stood the herd, Parasaurolophus. Their crests caught the sunlight, amber and crimson, their bodies sleek beneath a dusting of iridescent feathers. They moved with an eerie grace, their calls reverberating through the valley, deep, resonant notes that made Evelyn's ribs hum in sympathy. Jake's voice was barely a whisper. This isn't possible. Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the ground near the herd, where the mud bore fresh tracks, three-toed, curved, unmistakable. Velociraptor. But the raptors weren't attacking. They moved at the edges of the herd, their heads low, their feathered tails flicking in time with the hadrosaur's calls. Harmony. Jake sucked in a sharp breath. They're not hunting. They're listening. Evelyn finished. The valley wasn't just untouched, it was preserved. A pocket of the Cretaceous, frozen in perfect, impossible balance. Then the ground shook again, harder this time. The river's surface rippled, not from current, but from something deeper. A vibration. The herd stilled. The raptors froze. And from the far end of the valley, where the trees grew dense and shadowed, something answered. The sound was low, resonant, more felt than heard. A hum that slithered up Evelyn's spine and settled in her teeth. The Parasaurolophus turned as one, their crests flushing a deeper red. Not fear, recognition. Jake grabbed her arm. We need to go now. But Evelyn couldn't move. The trees at the edge of the valley trembled, their leaves shivering, though there was no wind. Something was coming. Something that didn't just remember the Cretaceous. Something that had waited. The last thing Evelyn saw before the shadows moved was the raptors bowing their heads, their bodies trembling not in fear, but in reverence. The valley wasn't lost. It was kept, and the keeper was awake. The wind carried voices. Evelyn stood at the edge of the lost valley, the humid air thick with the scent of crushed ferns and something older, something that hummed beneath the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the Parasaurolophus herd. The sound wasn't a single note, but a layered chorus, rising and falling like breath. Jake shifted beside her, his boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. "You hear that?" She nodded, her skin prickling. The wind wasn't just moving through the valley, it was shaping it, threading between the cycads and ginkgos with eerie precision. The fronds trembled in unison, their vibrations too rhythmic to be random. A shadow passed overhead, swift and silent. Evelyn looked up. The pterosaur glided on wings of stretched membrane and feather, its silhouette slicing through the golden haze of late afternoon. Quetzalcoatlus. Larger than any bird, its wingspan blotted the sun for a heartbeat before it banked, circling back toward the heart of the valley. Jake's breath caught. "That's impossible," Evelyn finished. But the word felt hollow. The pterosaur's flight was too fluid, too alive to be a trick of the light. Then the wind shifted. The pterosaur's wings snapped taut, catching an updraft with effortless grace. But it wasn't just riding the current, it was conducting it. The air around its wingtips shimmered, distorting like heat haze, and for a moment Evelyn swore she saw the atmosphere ripple in time with its movements. The Parasaurolophus herd lifted their heads, their crests flushing a deeper crimson as they echoed the pterosaur's path with low, resonant calls. The sound wasn't alarm. It was harmony. Jake grabbed her arm, his fingers tight. "Evelyn, the ground!" She looked down. The soil beneath their feet trembled, not with the heavy footfalls of dinosaurs, but with something subtler, a vibration threading through the roots, the stones, the very air. The wind wasn't whispering. It was singing, and the pterosaur was its instrument. Evelyn's pulse roared in her ears. The fractures, the resonances, the way the Spinosaurus had hummed its prey to pieces. It wasn't just about hunting. It was about connection. A web of sound tying predator to prey, earth to sky, past to present. The pterosaur banked again, its shadow stretching long across the valley floor. As it passed over the river, the water's surface shivered, concentric rings spreading outward, as if plucked by invisible fingers. Jake's voice was barely audible over the building hum. "It's not just flying, it's playing the wind." Evelyn exhaled sharply. The realization settled over her like a weight. The pterosaur's wings weren't just for lift. They were tuned, catching and amplifying frequencies too deep for human ears. And the valley was its orchestra. The Parasaurolophus calls deepened, their crests vibrating in time with the pterosaur's flight. The raptors at the edge of the herd crouched low, their feathered bodies trembling not in fear, but in sync. Then, a new note, deeper, older. It rolled through the valley like thunder, resonating up through Evelyn's boots, her ribs, her teeth. The pterosaur's wings faltered for a heartbeat before it corrected, twisting mid-air to face the source of the sound, the dense thicket at the valley's far end, where the shadows clung too thickly. The trees there shivered, their trunks groaning as something colossal stirred within. Jake's grip on her arm tightened to the point of pain. "We need to go." Evelyn couldn't move. The wind swirled around them, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic, like blood on the air. The pterosaur screamed, a sound that wasn't fear but challenge, and the valley answered. The Parasaurolophus stamped, their crests blazing scarlet. The raptors shrieked, their voices sharp as shattered glass. The shadows in the thicket moved. Evelyn's breath caught. The wind died abruptly, the air going still and heavy as if the world itself was holding its breath, Then, silence. The pterosaur wheeled once more, its wings slicing through the stagnant air as it climbed higher, higher, until it was just a speck against the darkening sky. The valley exhaled. The wind returned, softer now, sighing through the fronds like a lullaby. Jake's voice was hoarse. "What the hell was that?" Evelyn stared at the empty sky, her skin still humming with the echo of that unseen chord. The pterosaur was gone, but its song lingered, a whisper woven into the breeze, a secret the wind would carry forever. She closed her eyes, and for the first time, she almost understood the words. The stench of decay hit Evelyn like a wall, thick, cloying, the scent of ancient meat preserved in the belly of a predator long dead. She adjusted her respirator, the mask fogging slightly as she leaned over the exposed fossil. The Tyrannosaurus lay on its side, its massive rib cage split open like a broken cage, its stomach cavity filled with a grotesque, fossilized lump. Jake gagged beside her, turning his face away. "God, that's rancid! How is it still—" "Stomach acid," Evelyn murmured, her voice muffled by the mask. "Slowed decomposition. This isn't just a fossil, it's a snapshot." She reached into the cavity, her gloved fingers brushing the lump. The mass wasn't just undigested prey, it was an entire ecosystem, preserved in macabre detail. Tiny bones, scales, even the delicate fronds of half-fermented ferns. Jake grimaced. "So what? We're studying dinosaur vomit now?" Evelyn ignored him, carefully prying the mass free. The lump crumbled slightly at the edges, revealing layers of sediment and bone, a stratified graveyard of the T-Rex's final meal. And then she saw it. A claw. Not from a herbivore, not even from another theropod. This was slender, curved, the tip needle-sharp. Raptor. Jake sucked in a breath. It ate one of its own. Evelyn turned the claw in the light. The keratin was intact, but the base was fractured. Not snapped in combat, but splintered, the breaks radiating outward like cracks in glass. Just like the Argentinosaurus ribs. Just like the hadrosaur crests. Her pulse stuttered. It wasn't hunting. It was scavenging. Jake frowned. Since when does a T-Rex need to scavenge? Since it couldn't hunt anymore. Evelyn pointed to the T-Rex's skull, where the inner ear bones were visible through a crack in the fossilized bone. The structures were shattered, the delicate semicircular canals collapsed. Something ruptured its eardrums, permanently. The realization settled over them like a weight. The tyrant hadn't starved because it was old. It had starved because it was deaf. Jake exhaled sharply. The frequency. Evelyn nodded. The T-Rex hadn't been broken like the others. It had been cut off, silenced in a world where sound was survival. She turned back to the stomach contents, sifting through the fossilized sludge. More raptor bones, a troodon tooth, even the shattered frill of a juvenile triceratops. Not a feast. A last resort. Jake's voice was hushed. It was eating the ones the frequency had already killed. Evelyn's fingers stilled on a final fragment, a sliver of bone too thick to belong to any of the smaller predators. She held it up to the light, her breath catching. The fracture pattern was unmistakable. Spinosaurus. The T-Rex hadn't just been scavenging the weak. It had been eating the conductors. The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of dry earth and something older, something that hummed beneath the soil, waiting. Evelyn closed her fist around the bone. The past wasn't just whispering anymore. It was roaring, and the feast wasn't over. The fossil lay suspended in the rock, a moment of motion frozen for eternity. Evelyn knelt beside the exposed slab, her fingers hovering just above the delicate bones. The theropod, small, lithe, no larger than a wolf, had been caught mid-leap. Its spine arched gracefully, its long tail extended for balance. Its arms were outstretched, the slender fingers splayed, as if reaching for something just beyond its grasp. Jake crouched beside her, his breath fogging the cool air of the dig tent. "That's not a hunting pose." Evelyn shook her head. "Number, it's dancing." The theropod's bones were perfectly preserved, every vertebra aligned in a fluid curve, every joint articulated in a posture that spoke of agility, not aggression. The sediment around it was undisturbed. No signs of struggle, no evidence of a predator. It had died like this, mid-motion, its body settling into the soft earth as if the ground itself had cradled it to sleep. Jake frowned. But why? What could have killed it so fast it didn't even have time to land? Evelyn didn't answer immediately. She traced the edge of the fossil with her gloved fingertip, her pulse quickening. The fractures weren't like the others. Not violent, not chaotic. They were symmetrical, radiating outward from the creature's rib cage like the petals of a flower. Resonance. She exhaled sharply. It wasn't attacked. It was played. Jake's eyes widened. "You think the frequency did this?" Evelyn nodded, her gaze fixed on the theropod's skull. The jaw was slightly parted, the delicate hyoid bones, the structures that would have supported its voice box, still intact. This thing could sing, or hum, or something. She pointed to the fractures. And something else used that against it, turned its own song into a weapon. The realization settled over them like a shadow. The theropod hadn't been hunted. It had been orchestrated. Jake swallowed hard. So what, it was just dancing 1 second and then it was stone. Evelyn finished. The dig tent was silent, save for the hum of the generator outside. The theropod's empty eye sockets stared into eternity, its final moment one of eerie grace, a creature caught between motion and stillness, life and death. Evelyn leaned back, her mind racing. The fractures were too precise, too deliberate. Whatever had done this hadn't just killed the theropod. It had preserved it. A message, a warning, a performance. Jake shivered. "You think it knew? At the end?" Evelyn didn't answer. The theropod's bones gleamed under the work lights, its dance eternalized in stone. Somewhere, in the depths of time, the music had stopped. And the dancer had never landed. Outside, the wind sighed through the canyon, a sound almost like laughter. The bones kept their secrets. But Evelyn was learning to listen. The riverbed was a scar across the land, a jagged wound of cracked earth where water had once flowed. Evelyn knelt at the edge of the desiccated channel, her fingers brushing the parched sediment. The air smelled of dust and age, a dry whisper of a time when this place had been lush, teeming with life. Jake crouched beside her, squinting against the relentless sun. "You sure this is the right spot? Looks like every other dried-up river in the Badlands." Evelyn didn't answer. Her attention was fixed on the fractures in the earth, not the natural cracks of drought, but something more deliberate. The pattern spiraled outward from the center of the riverbed, branching like veins or sound waves. She exhaled sharply. This wasn't just a river, Jake. It was a resonator. Jake frowned, wiping sweat from his brow. "You think the Spinosaurus did this? Not just them." Evelyn traced one of the fractures with her gloved hand. The edges were too smooth, too precise. This whole place was part of the web. The water carried the frequency, amplified it. The Spinosaurus were just the conductors. The realization settled over her like a weight. The river hadn't dried up naturally. It had been silenced. Jake's voice dropped. So, what happened? Why is it empty now? Evelyn stood, her boots sinking slightly into the brittle earth. The answer was written in the sediment layers, in the way the fractures deepened near the center of the channel, not from lack of rain, but from something pulling the water away. Something beneath. The ground trembled faintly underfoot, a vibration so subtle she might have imagined it. Then, a sound. Low, resonant, more felt than heard. It slithered up through the cracked earth, humming in Evelyn's teeth, her bones. The same sound that had shattered the Argentinosaurus. The same sound that had lulled the sauropod to sleep. Jake stiffened. You hear that? Evelyn didn't answer. The riverbed wasn't dead. It was waiting. The wind stirred, carrying with it the scent of sun-baked stone and something older, something that smelled like wet clay and deep, dark places. Jake grabbed her arm. We should go. Evelyn nodded, but her feet stayed rooted to the spot. The fractures in the earth seemed to pulse in time with the sound, a slow, rhythmic thrumming like a heartbeat. Or a song. The river hadn't been forgotten. It had been put to sleep. And something was humming it awake. Jake tugged her backward. Evelyn, now! She let him pull her away, but the sound followed them, vibrating through the soles of their boots long after the riverbed had vanished behind the dust. The past wasn't done yet, and the river remembered its name. The world was grey. Ash fell like snow over the lifeless plain, blanketing the shattered remnants of a forest that had stood for millennia. Evelyn pulled her scarf tighter over her nose and mouth, the fabric already stiff with grit. The air tasted of sulphur and something sharper, something that lingered in the back of her throat like regret. Jake trudged beside her, his boots sinking into the ankle-deep drifts of volcanic dust. His voice was muffled by his mask. This wasn't just an eruption. This was an extinction. Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the shapes looming through the haze, towering silhouettes frozen mid-collapse, their trunks splintered and blackened. Not trees. Bones. The Titan lay where it had fallen, its massive rib cage jutting from the ash like the wreckage of a ship. Argentinosaurus, the same one they'd found weeks ago, its fractures humming with secrets. Now it was just another relic in a graveyard. Jake crouched beside a smaller fossil, brushing away the ash to reveal the delicate curves of a velociraptor skull. They all died at the same time. Evelyn knelt, her fingers tracing the raptor's teeth. The jaw was locked open, the hollows of its eyes filled with dust. Not a predator's snarl, a scream. The wind shifted, carrying with it a whisper, not of air but of pressure, a vibration too deep to hear. The ash trembled where it lay, the fine particles shivering into strange geometric patterns. Evelyn's breath caught. It wasn't the volcano. Jake looked up. What? She stood abruptly, scanning the dead horizon. The fractures in the Titan's bones, the raptor's final posture, the way the ash moved. None of it was random. The eruption was just the finale. They were already dying. Something broke them first. The realization settled over her like the falling ash. The Cretaceous hadn't ended with fire and brimstone. It had ended with a note. Jake exhaled sharply, his breath stirring the dust at his feet. You think the frequency did this? Evelyn finished. She reached into her pack, pulling out a slender metal rod, a seismograph needle. She drove it into the ash, the tip piercing the sediment below. The needle hummed. Not from the Earth's movement, from something deeper. Jake's eyes widened. It's still here. Evelyn nodded, her skin prickling. The silence wasn't just absence, it was residue, the echo of a sound so vast it had shaken the world apart. And somewhere, beneath the ash and bone, something was still singing. The storm wasn't over, it was just beginning. The Stegosaurus lay curled in the red sandstone, its plates fanned out like the ribs of an open book. Evelyn ran her fingers along the fossilized spine, the individual vertebrae smooth under her gloves. The creature had died in its sleep, its tail tucked close to its body, its spiked thagomizer resting gently against its flank. Not a weapon in death, but a shield. Jake crouched beside the fossil, tilting his head. Weird. I always pictured these things as tanks. This one looks peaceful. Evelyn nodded. The Stegosaurus was smaller than she'd expected, no more than 20 feet from nose to tail. But its plates were pristine, each one a jagged diamond of bone rising from its back. She tapped the largest plate, her nail clicking against the fossilized surface. Look at the vascular grooves. These weren't just armor, they were radiators. Jake frowned. So what? Temperature control? Maybe? Evelyn traced the intricate network of channels within the plate, the fossilized pathways branching like capillaries. But look at the edges. These striations aren't natural wear. They're resonance marks. The realization settled between them, heavy as stone. The Stegosaurus hadn't just used its plates to regulate heat. It had used them to sing. Jake exhaled sharply. You think it could, what, hum like the Spinosaurus? Not hum, reverberate? Evelyn pointed to the plates' arrangement, each one slightly offset from the next. They're staggered like piano keys. Wind would have passed between them, creating vibrations, low-frequency pulses, maybe even harmonics. The desert wind chose that moment to whistle through the canyon, a mournful note that made the sand shiver at their feet. The Stegosaurus's plates seemed to tremble in response, though it was just a trick of the light. Jake shuddered. So it was basically a walking wind chime? Evelyn smirked. More like a living tuning fork. She leaned closer, examining the base of the plates where they met the spine. The bone here was thickened, reinforced, built to withstand vibration. These weren't passive. The Stegosaurus could control them, angle them to catch the wind, adjust the pitch. Jake's eyes widened. Like a display? Or a warning? Evelyn gestured to the thagomizer, its spikes still sharp after millions of years. Imagine it. Herd of Stegosaurus on a ridge, their plates catching the sunset, the wind turning their backs into an orchestra. Predators would have heard that for miles. The thought hung in the air, vivid and unsettling. The Stegosaurus hadn't just lumbered through the Jurassic, dumb and placid. It had composed its world, turning the very air into a weapon. Jake ran a hand through his hair. Okay, but why die like this? Curled up, all quiet? Evelyn didn't answer immediately. She studied the fossil's posture again. The tucked limbs, the lowered head. Not a defensive curl. A resting one. She pressed her palm flat against the sandstone beside the Stegosaurus's skull. The ground hummed faintly, a subsonic pulse she felt more than heard. Because it wasn't killed? She murmured. It was lulled. The fractures were there, subtle but unmistakable, spiderwebbing through the plates, spiraling down the spine. Not the brutal shattering of the Argentinosaurus, but something softer. A lullaby. Jake's voice was hushed. You think something sang it to sleep? Evelyn closed her eyes. The wind sighed through the canyon again, a sound almost like a voice. The Stegosaurus hadn't fought. It had dreamed, and somewhere, deep in the earth, the song was still playing. Jake touched her shoulder. We should go. Evelyn nodded, but her fingers lingered on the fossil's plates one last time. The bone was warm under her gloves, as if the Stegosaurus's song had left an echo in the stone. The desert kept its secrets close, but the wind remembered the tune. And the dreaming wasn't over yet. The sky burned crimson as the sun bled into the horizon, painting the ancient coastline in hues of fire and shadow. Evelyn stood at the cliff's edge, the wind tugging at her clothes, her gaze fixed on the solitary figure soaring above the waves. Quetzalcoatlus. The pterosaur's wings stretched nearly 40 feet from tip to tip, their membrane catching the dying light like stained glass. It rode the thermals with effortless grace, its long, slender beak slicing through the air, its shadow skimming the water below. Jake exhaled beside her, his voice barely audible over the wind. "It's beautiful." Evelyn didn't answer. Her throat tightened as she watched the creature bank, its wings tilting to catch a rising current. This wasn't just flight, it was art, a dance perfected over millions of years. And it was the last of its kind. The pterosaur's wings shuddered suddenly, a ripple passing through the thin membrane. Evelyn's breath caught. The distortion wasn't from wind or fatigue. The air itself was humming. Jake stiffened. "You feel that?" She nodded, her skin prickling. The vibration was subtle at first, a tremor in the bones rather than the ears. But it grew, deepening into a resonance that made her teeth ache and her vision blur. The Quetzalcoatlus screamed, a sound like tearing metal, and wheeled sharply, its wings beating hard against the thickening air. But the sky was no longer its ally. The atmosphere pulsed, visible waves rippling outward from some unseen source. The pterosaur's wings struck the distortion, and the membrane shattered, fracturing like ice under a hammer. Jake gasped. "It's tearing it apart!" Evelyn's hands clenched into fists. The pterosaur twisted midair, its beak gaping in a silent cry as its wings disintegrated, the fragments scattering like ash on the wind. And then it fell. Evelyn didn't move. The vibration faded as suddenly as it had come, leaving only the whisper of waves and the distant calls of scavengers already circling. Jake's voice was hollow. "Why?" It wasn't a threat. It was just flying. Evelyn stepped closer to the edge, her boots scattering pebbles into the abyss. The pterosaur lay broken on the shore, its wings splayed in final futile defiance. She closed her eyes, because it could hear. The fractures weren't just in the bones, they were in the air, in the very fabric of a world that had turned against its own. The Quetzalcoatlus hadn't been hunted. It had been silenced. Jake touched her shoulder. "We should go before dark." Evelyn nodded, but her gaze lingered on the fallen titan. The sun dipped below the horizon, staining the ocean red. Somewhere, deep in the earth, the frequency hummed on, and the sky was empty. The last flight was over. But the song wasn't done. Not yet. The desert stretched before them, a wasteland of cracked earth and whispering wind. But beneath the surface, something vast waited. Evelyn knelt at the edge of the excavation pit, her fingers brushing the first exposed bone. It wasn't a single fossil, it was a wall, a latticework of ribs and vertebrae fused together, as if the earth itself had woven them into architecture. The sheer density of the fossil bed made her pulse stutter. Jake crouched beside her, his shadow stretching long across the bone-white sediment. "This isn't a graveyard. It's a metropolis." Evelyn nodded, her breath shallow. The bones weren't scattered. They were arranged, their fractures too precise, their angles too deliberate. Streets of femurs, plazas of shattered skulls, towers of interlocked spines, all frozen in stone. She traced the edge of a massive pelvic arch, its surface etched with spiraling grooves. They didn't just die here, they built this. Jake's laugh was uneasy. Dinosaurs didn't build cities, Evelyn. Not with hands, she murmured, with sound. The wind shifted, carrying with it a scent like old copper and wet stone. The ground beneath them hummed faintly, a vibration too deep for ears but unmistakable in the marrow. Evelyn pressed her palm flat against the sediment. The resonance wasn't random. It pulsed in waves, radiating from a central point deeper in the pit. A heart, Jake stiffened. You feel that? She didn't answer. Her fingers found a fracture in the pelvic bone, a branching crack that mirrored the patterns they'd seen in the Argentinosaurus, the hadrosaur, the Spinosaurus. But here, the fracture wasn't damage. It was design. The buried city wasn't a tomb. It was an instrument. Jake exhaled sharply. This is insane. You're saying dinosaurs sang this into existence? Evelyn stood abruptly, her boots scattering dust. Not sang. Conducted. She pointed to the spirals, the grooves, the way the bones aligned in harmonic sequences. They didn't just use the frequency, they worshipped it. The realization settled over them like a shadow. The city's layout wasn't random. It was a score, a composition written in bone and earth. And somewhere beneath their feet, the composer was still playing. Jake's voice dropped to a whisper. Then where are the builders? Evelyn turned to the center of the pit, where the sediment dipped into a funnel, the bones spiraling inward like a vortex. The answer was there, buried in the deepest layer. Waiting. The wind sighed through the fossilized streets, a sound almost like voices. The city wasn't dead. It was dreaming. And the song wasn't over yet. Jake grabbed her arm. We need to go now. But Evelyn didn't move. The ground trembled again, the hum deepening into something that vibrated in her teeth, her ribs, her blood. The buried city was waking up. And it remembered their footsteps. Above them, the sky darkened, not with clouds, but with something older. The bones were singing. And this time, Evelyn knew the words. The raptor lay curled in the stone, its sickle claws tucked beneath its chest as if caught mid-dream. The fossil was pristine, every serrated tooth still gleaming in the dim light of the cave, every vertebrae aligned in a graceful arc. Evelyn crouched beside it, her breath shallow, her fingers hovering just above the predator's skull. Jake shifted beside her, his headlamp flickering over the fossil. It looks like it just closed its eyes. Evelyn nodded. The raptor's posture was unnervingly peaceful. No signs of struggle, no fractures from a fall or attack. Its tail coiled around its body like a sleeping cat's, the delicate bones of its feathered arms folded close. But it was the claws that made her pulse quicken. Even in death, they were sharp enough to draw blood. She traced the curve of one talon with her gloved fingertip. The keratin was intact, the edge still deadly after millions of years. This wasn't natural preservation, Jake. It was instantaneous. Jake frowned. Like the dancing theropod? Worse. Evelyn pointed to the raptor's ribcage, where the bone thinned near the sternum. The fractures here were delicate, branching. Not from impact, but from resonance. Something put it to sleep and never let it wake up. The cave air hummed faintly, a vibration too low to hear, but deep enough to feel in the teeth. The sound wasn't coming from the walls. It was coming from beneath them. Jake swallowed hard. You think the frequency did this? Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the sediment around the raptor, not the usual scatter of debris, but a perfect, undisturbed circle of fine dust, as if the predator had been set down here. Gently, A chill prickled her spine. The fractures, the posture, the way the cave seemed to hold its breath around the fossil, none of it was accidental. The raptor hadn't just died. It had been preserved. Jake's voice was hushed. Why? Why keep a predator like this? Evelyn exhaled slowly. Maybe it wasn't a predator to them. The realization settled between them like a weight. The raptor's claws weren't just weapons. They were tools, finely tuned for precision. And the creature hadn't been killed. It had been put away. The ground trembled again, the hum deepening. Somewhere in the cave's depths, water dripped, the sound echoing like a ticking clock. Jake grabbed her arm. "We need to go." Evelyn nodded, but her fingers lingered on the raptor's talon one last time. The bone was cold under her touch, but for a heartbeat she could almost feel the ghost of its pulse. The predator slept on, and the earth kept its lullaby. Above them, the cave stalactites shivered, their tips shedding dust like an exhale. The past wasn't done dreaming yet, and somewhere, in the dark, something was still singing. The beach stretched before Evelyn and Jake, a desolate crescent of black sand hemmed in by cliffs of crumbling shale. The tide was out, leaving behind a mirrored expanse of wet stone that reflected the bruised twilight sky. No gulls cried here, no crabs scuttled through the tide pools. The only sound was the whisper of waves against the shore, soft, rhythmic, like the breath of something sleeping. Jake kicked at a piece of driftwood, his boot sending up a spray of damp sand. This place feels wrong. Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the shoreline, where the retreating tide had exposed something pale and jagged beneath the sand. She knelt, brushing away the grit with her gloved fingers. Bone. Not a single fragment, but an entire field of them. Ribs, vertebrae, the occasional curved spike of a claw, all half buried in the black sand like the ribs of a shipwreck. Marine reptiles. Dozens of them. Jake crouched beside her, his shadow stretching long across the beach. Pliosaurs? Ichthyosaurs? Evelyn shook her head, her fingers tracing the edge of a massive flipper bone. Mosasaurs. Look at the articulation. They died together. The realization settled between them, heavy as the gathering dusk. The fossils weren't scattered by currents or scavengers. They were posed, their skeletons arranged in eerie, overlapping circles as if they had been caught mid-swim. Jake exhaled sharply. Like a feeding frenzy. No. Evelyn pointed to the fractures, delicate, spiraling cracks that radiated from the center of each rib cage. Like a choir. The wind shifted, carrying with it a scent like salt and old copper. The waves sighed against the shore, their rhythm just a fraction too steady to be natural. Jake shivered. You think the frequency did this? Evelyn finished. She stood, scanning the darkening horizon. The beach wasn't just a graveyard, it was a stage. They weren't hunting, they were performing. And something had been listening. The first tremor was subtle, a vibration beneath their boots, more felt than heard. The black sand shivered, the tiny grains dancing into strange, geometric patterns. Jake grabbed her arm. Evelyn! The water moved. Not a wave, not a current, but a distortion, the surface rippling as if plucked by invisible fingers. The vibration deepened, humming up through the sand, through their bones, through their teeth. The fossils answered. The mosasaur bones began to resonate, their fractures singing in eerie harmony with the unseen pulse. The sound wasn't in the air, it was inside them, a pressure building behind Evelyn's eyes, in the hollows of her ribs. Jake staggered, clapping his hands over his ears. Make it stop! But Evelyn couldn't move. The beach was alive now, the sand shifting, the bones trembling as the frequency found its old, familiar notes. And then, silence. The waves stilled. The sand settled. The bones lay quiet once more. Jake's breath came in ragged gasps. "What the hell was that?" Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the water, where the last of the ripples faded into glassy stillness. The forgotten shore wasn't empty. It was waiting, and the tide was turning. Above them, the first stars blinked awake, cold and distant. The beach held its breath, and somewhere beneath the black sand, the bones kept humming. The cycads rustled in a wind that did not touch the rest of the forest. Evelyn crouched beneath the towering fronds, her fingers brushing the thick, waxy leaves. They trembled at her touch, not from breeze, but from something deeper, a vibration humming through their veins, through the roots beneath her boots. The air smelled of damp earth and crushed greenery, thick with the musk of small creatures hiding in the undergrowth. Jake shifted beside her, his voice low. "You hear that?" She did. The leaves weren't just moving. They were whispering. A sound too soft for words, too rhythmic for chants. The cycad's ancient trunks, unchanged for millions of years, thrummed with a resonance that made Evelyn's fingertips tingle. Then she saw them. Small shapes darted between the fronds, no larger than turkeys, their bodies feathered in dappled brown and cream. Microceratus, tiny ceratopsians, their beaks delicate, their movements quick as birds. They wove through the cycads with eerie precision, their heads cocked, their dark eyes sharp. Not hiding, listening. One paused, its frill flushing a faint blue as it tilted its face toward the trembling leaves. Its nostrils flared, and then it answered. A sound, high and fluting, spilled from its beak. Not a chirp, not a cry, but a note, clear and bright. The other Microceratus stilled, their frills pulsing in unison. The cycads shivered harder. Evelyn's breath caught. The leaves weren't just whispering. They were singing back. Jake's hand clamped onto her arm. "They're not just communicating. They're harmonizing." The realization settled over Evelyn like a weight. The tiny dinosaurs weren't reacting to the wind. They were part of something larger, a network of sound woven through the very plants around them. One of the Microceratus turned suddenly, its gaze locking onto Evelyn's. Its frill darkened to violet. A warning. The cycad stilled. The hum in the air sharpened, shifting from melody to dissonance. The leaves trembled, their edges curling as if in pain. Jake sucked in a breath. Something's coming. The Microceratus bolted, vanishing into the undergrowth in a blur of feathers and fear. The whispering leaves fell silent. And then a new sound, deeper, older. It rolled through the roots beneath them, a subsonic pulse that made Evelyn's ribs ache. The cycad fronds spasmed, their veins blackening as the vibration tore through them. Jake yanked her backward as the first leaf shattered, its fragments scattering like brittle glass. "Move!" They ran, the forest erupting behind them, not with the rustle of life, but with the crack and snap of ancient plants breaking apart from the inside out. The leaves hadn't been whispering. They'd been screaming, and something in the dark had finally answered. The ribcage rose from the sediment like the ruins of a cathedral, its arches frozen mid-collapse. Evelyn knelt beside the fossil, her fingers tracing the delicate fractures along the bone. The Tyrannosaurus had died here, its final exhale captured in the stillness of stone. Jake crouched beside her, his breath fogging in the morning chill. No scavenger marks, no signs of struggle, it just stopped. Evelyn nodded, her thumb brushing a hairline crack spiraling outward from the sternum. The fracture wasn't violent. It was precise, branching like frost across a window pane. Resonance. She exhaled slowly. It wasn't attacked, Jake. It was played. The wind stirred, carrying with it the scent of dry earth and something older, something that hummed beneath the soil, waiting. The ribcage trembled faintly, not from the breeze, but from something deeper. A memory. Jake's voice dropped. You think the frequency did this? Evelyn didn't answer. She pressed her palm flat against the fossil, feeling the vibration through her gloves. The bone was warm, as if the T-Rex's last breath still lingered in the stone. Then, a sound. Not in the air, in the bone. A whisper of movement, a sigh trapped for eons. The ribcage shifted, the fractures singing in a harmony too low to hear, but deep enough to feel in the marrow. Jake recoiled. Did you? Evelyn's fingers tightened on the fossil. The vibration wasn't coming from the earth. It was coming from inside the ribcage. The T-Rex hadn't just exhaled. It had been emptied. The realization settled over her like a shroud. The fractures weren't damage. They were tuning marks. The ribcage wasn't a relic. It was an instrument, its hollow bones shaped to carry a note only the dead could hear. Jake's hand found hers, his grip trembling. We should go. Evelyn didn't argue. But as she stood, the wind sighed through the fossil's arches, a sound almost like a voice. The last breath wasn't the end. It was the pause before the next verse. And somewhere, deep in the earth, the song was still playing. The bones remembered. And the past wasn't done singing yet. The canyon was a wound in the earth, its walls striated with layers of time, its floor a graveyard of echoes. Evelyn stood at the edge, the wind keening through the rocks like a chorus of lost voices. The air smelled of dust and ancient stone. But beneath it, something else. A hum so low it was less sound than vibration, threading through the soles of her boots and up into her bones. Jake adjusted his pack, his voice barely audible over the wind. You sure this is the right place? Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the canyon floor, where the sediment rippled in unnatural patterns, not from water or wind, but from something deeper, something deliberate. She pointed. There. The tracks were faint, half buried in the dust, but unmistakable. Hadrosaur. Dozens of them, all moving in the same direction, their three-toed prints overlapping in a frantic, chaotic dance. Jake crouched, brushing sand from one of the impressions. They were running. Not running. Evelyn knelt beside him, her fingers tracing the edge of a print. The claw marks were too deep, the stride too irregular. They were called. The wind shifted, carrying with it a sound, not a roar, not a scream, but a note, resonant and hollow, like breath across the mouth of a cave. The canyon answered, the walls trembling faintly, sending loose pebbles skittering down the cliffs. Jake stiffened. You hear that? Evelyn nodded, her pulse quickening. The sound wasn't in the air. It was in the rock, in the bones beneath their feet. A frequency too deep for human ears, but one the hadrosaurs would have known by instinct. She stood abruptly, scanning the canyon. They weren't fleeing a predator. They were following a song. The realization settled over them like a shadow. The tracks weren't the aftermath of a stampede. They were a pilgrimage. Jake exhaled sharply. So, where's the choir? Evelyn turned toward the far end of the canyon, where the walls narrowed into a jagged throat of stone. The air there shimmered, distorted by heat, or something else. The hum deepened, vibrating up through the ground, through their ribs, through their teeth. Then, movement. A shape flickered at the edge of vision, half seen, half felt. Not flesh, not bone, but something in between. A distortion in the air, a ripple of pressure. The phantom call wasn't just an echo. It was an invitation. Jake grabbed her arm. "Evelyn, we need to go." But she couldn't move. The canyon walls trembled again, the sound resolving into something almost like words, syllables too vast to comprehend. The hadrosaur tracks led straight toward it. And the call wasn't done. The wind howled, the note rising, twisting, until it wasn't just sound, it was presence, a weight in the air, a breath against the back of Evelyn's neck. Jake's grip tightened. "Now." She let him pull her back, but the call followed them, humming in their blood long after the canyon had vanished behind the dust. The past wasn't just whispering. It was singing, and the song wasn't for them. It never had been. Above them, the sky stretched empty, a vault of silence over a world of echoes. The bones remembered, and the phantom call was still ringing. The sky was a fading bruise, purple at the edges, bleeding into a sickly yellow, where the sun hung low, swollen and dim. Evelyn stood on the crumbling shoreline of the ancient inland sea, the water lapping hungrily at her boots. The air was thick with the scent of salt and rotting vegetation, the last breaths of a world that didn't yet know it was dying. Jake shifted beside her, his voice hollow. "It's too quiet." He was right. The forests behind them should have been alive with the shriek of pterosaurs, the bellowing of hadrosaurs, the rustle of undergrowth as smaller creatures fled the rising tide. But there was nothing, only the whisper of dead leaves and the slow, inevitable sigh of waves eating the land. Evelyn knelt, pressing her palm into the damp earth. The ground trembled faintly, not with the footfalls of giants, but with something deeper. A hum, a dirge. The water darkened suddenly, a shadow passing beneath the surface, long, sinuous, too vast to be fish. Mosasaurus, but it didn't breach, didn't hunt. It simply glided, its silhouette dissolving into the murk like ink in water. Jake's breath fogged the air. "They're not fighting anymore." Evelyn shook her head. The mosasaurs, the pterosaurs, even the raptors, they had all stopped running. The fractures they'd found in the bones weren't just from attacks. They were from surrender. A sound rolled across the water then, low and resonant, more felt than heard. The surface shivered, concentric rings spreading outward from nothing. The frequency wasn't a weapon now. It was a lullaby. Jake's hands clenched into fists. "It's killing them." "Not killing," Evelyn murmured. "Easing." She pointed to the far shore, where a triceratops stood, motionless in the shallows, its frill sagging, its head bowed. The water around it rippled with that same terrible harmony. The dinosaur didn't panic, didn't flee. It exhaled, a long, shuddering breath, and then folded, its knees buckled, its body sliding beneath the surface with barely a splash. The water closed over it, smooth as glass. No struggle, no sound, just silence. Jake made a wounded noise in his throat. "Why doesn't it fight?" Evelyn watched the last bubbles rise and pop. "Because it's tired." The sun dipped lower, its light bleeding across the water like a wound. One by one, the shadows in the deep grew still. The mosasaurs sank. The pterosaurs' wings stilled. The raptor's claws uncurled. The world wasn't ending in fire and chaos. It was drowning in a song. Evelyn closed her eyes. The hum vibrated in her teeth, her ribs, the hollows of her bones. It would have been beautiful if it wasn't so quiet, if it wasn't so kind. Jaw clenched, Jake turned away. We should go. Evelyn didn't move. The last of the sunlight gilded the waves, the water swallowing the shore inch by inch. Somewhere, deep below, the bones were settling. The Cretaceous wasn't ending. It was being put to sleep. And the sun, heavy and drowning, watched it all with a lidless golden eye. The next note was the last. And Evelyn was the only one left to hear it. The jungle was a cathedral of green and gold, the air thick with the hum of insects and the distant cry of unseen creatures. Evelyn crouched in the undergrowth, her fingers brushing the damp earth where the tracks disappeared into the ferns. Three-toed curved claws sinking deep. Megaraptor. Jake shifted beside her, his voice barely a whisper. They shouldn't be here. Evelyn nodded. The Megaraptor was a ghost in the fossil record. Its life, its habits, even its true size lost to time. But the tracks before them were fresh, the edges sharp where mud had welled up between the toes. Too fresh. A branch snapped in the distance. The jungle fell silent. Evelyn's pulse stuttered. The Megaraptor wasn't just a predator. It was a spectre, slipping through the gaps in history like smoke. She traced the edge of the nearest print. The claw marks were longer than her hand, the pressure uneven, not the steady stride of a hunter, but the staggered gait of something listening. Jake exhaled sharply. You think it's still here? Before Evelyn could answer, the leaves ahead shivered, not from wind, but from something moving beneath them. A shadow, low and sleek, its outline blurred by the foliage. Then, a sound. Not a roar, not a hiss, but a hum, deep and resonant, vibrating up through the roots beneath them. The ferns trembled, their fronds curling inward as if in pain. The Megaraptor wasn't hunting. It was calling. Jake's hand clamped onto her arm. Evelyn! The shadow lunged. Not toward them. Past them, a blur of feathers and sinew too fast to track. The undergrowth exploded as the raptor struck, its claws sinking into the flank of a startled Tenontosaurus that had wandered too close. The herbivore bellowed, thrashing, but the Megaraptor was already twisting, its body coiled with lethal precision. Then the hum deepened. The Tenontosaurus stiffened, its eyes rolling white. Its ribs quivered, the skin rippling as if something beneath was trying to break free. Evelyn's breath caught. It's not killing it. Jake's voice was hollow. It's tuning it. The Megaraptor's jaws parted, not to bite, but to sing. A sound that wasn't sound, a vibration that slithered into bone and marrow. The Tenontosaurus shuddered, its legs buckling as its ribs splintered, fractures racing outward from its heart like cracks in ice. Then, silence. The Megaraptor stepped back, its feathers settling, its golden eyes reflecting the dying light. The Tenontosaurus collapsed, its body folding gently, as if laid to rest. Not a hunt, a ritual. Jake's grip on Evelyn's arm was bruising. We need to go now. But Evelyn couldn't move. The Megaraptor tilted its head, its gaze sliding over the undergrowth, through it, and locking onto hers. For a heartbeat, the jungle held its breath. Then the raptor hummed again, low and knowing, before vanishing into the green. The forgotten hunter wasn't lost. It was waiting. And the song wasn't over yet. The wind sighed through the ferns, carrying with it the scent of crushed leaves and something older, something that hummed in the dark. Evelyn exhaled slowly. The bones weren't just speaking. They were conducting, and the Megaraptor had always known the tune. The debate raged in the dim glow of Evelyn's makeshift camp lantern, its flickering light casting long shadows across the fossil sketches spread over the weathered map. Jake leaned forward, his fingers tracing the jagged outline of the megaraptor's claw marks, both the physical tracks and the fractures left in the bones of its prey. "It doesn't make sense," he muttered, shaking his head. "Nothing that size should be able to hum its prey to death. That's Spinosaurus territory, hadrosaur territory, not a mid-tier predator." Evelyn tapped the edge of the Tenontosaurus rib sketch, where the fractures spiraled outward like shattered glass. "Mid-tier implies it wasn't specialized. Look at these marks. This wasn't brute force. It was precision." Jake exhaled sharply. "So what, it just sang and the bones exploded?" "Not sang. Resonated." Evelyn pulled out a notebook, flipping to a page of equations. "Think about it. The megaraptor's claws weren't just for slashing. They were tuned, hollow at the base, like a wind instrument. And its hyoid structure was reinforced." Jake finished, eyes widening. "Like the Spinosaurus's sail." Evelyn nodded. But where Spinosaurus used water as an amplifier, Megaraptor used air, a single focused pulse at just the right frequency to vibrate the prey's ribcage until it cracked. The jungle around them seemed to hold its breath, the usual chorus of insects and distant calls eerily absent. Only the rustle of leaves broke the silence, too rhythmic to be the wind. Jake's voice dropped. "That's not hunting. That's sonic assassination." Evelyn's fingers stilled over the fossil sketches. "It's worse than that." She pointed to the Tenontosaurus's skull, where the inner ear bones were fossilized in a state of near-perfect preservation. "Look at the cochlear structure. The prey didn't just hear the frequency, it felt it, deep enough to paralyze before the killing note even hit." A chill settled over the camp. The megaraptor hadn't just been a predator. It had been a conductor, orchestrating death with a precision that left no room for struggle. Jake swallowed hard. "Why isn't this in the fossil record? Something this advanced, we should have known." Evelyn's gaze drifted to the darkened tree line. Because it wasn't supposed to survive. The realization hung between them, heavy as the humid air. The megaraptor wasn't just forgotten. It had been erased. And yet... The leaves rustled again. Closer this time. Jake stiffened. "You think it's still out there?" Evelyn didn't answer. The jungle had gone utterly silent, the way it did before a storm. Or before a predator struck. She reached slowly for her pack, her fingers closing around the handle of her hunting knife. "The real question," she murmured, "is why it let us see it at all." The lantern flickered. Something in the dark hummed. Not a threat. A greeting. Jake's breath hitched. "Evelyn!" The forgotten hunter wasn't debating its place in the predator hierarchy. It was rewriting it. And the next note was theirs to hear. The ocean stretched before them, a vast and glassy expanse under the pale morning light. No waves crested its surface, no ripples, no foam, no breath of wind to stir it. It lay still, a mirror reflecting the sky with such perfection that the horizon vanished into a seamless, endless blue. Evelyn stood at the water's edge, her boots sinking slightly into the damp sand. The air was thick with salt, but beneath it, something else. A stillness, a hush. Jake crouched beside her, dipping his fingers into the shallows. The water was warm, unnaturally so, and it clung to his skin like oil. "This isn't right," he murmured. "The tide's not moving." Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the distant water, where the sunlight fractured against the surface in jagged prismatic shards. Not reflections. Shapes. Beneath the glassy veneer, something vast and coiled lay dormant. The water above it shimmered, distorted, as if the sea itself was holding its breath. Jake stood abruptly, wiping his hand on his pants. We shouldn't be here. Evelyn stepped forward, the water lapping at her toes. The sand beneath her feet trembled, a vibration too deep to hear, but unmistakable in the marrow. The sea wasn't dead. It was dreaming. A sound rolled across the water then, not a wave, not a creature, but a note, low and resonant, humming up through the sand, through her bones, through the roots of her teeth. The water shivered, concentric rings spreading outward from nothing. Jake grabbed her arm. "Evelyn, move!" She didn't. The vibration wasn't a threat. It was a lullaby. The shapes beneath the surface shifted, their outlines blurring, merging, dissolving like ink in water. For a heartbeat, Evelyn saw it, the curve of a spine, the suggestion of a limb, the shadow of something that had no name. Then, silence. The sea settled, smooth as glass once more. The shapes were gone. The hum faded, leaving only the whisper of sand beneath their feet. Jake exhaled sharply. What the hell was that? Evelyn turned away from the water, her skin still buzzing with the echo of that unseen chord. "A memory," she murmured. The sleeping sea wasn't empty. It was full, and the dream wasn't over yet. Above them, the sky stretched pale and endless, holding its breath. Somewhere in the dark, beneath the waves, the bones were still humming, and the past was waiting to wake. The sun hung low over the Cretaceous world, a molten coin sinking into the horizon, staining the sky in hues of amber and blood. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and crushed ferns, the last breath of a land that did not yet know it was dying. Evelyn stood at the edge of the floodplain, her boots sinking slightly into the soft mud. The golden hour stretched long here, the light clinging to the land as if reluctant to let go. Around her, the world was quiet. No bellowing hadrosaurs, no screeching pterosaurs. Only the whisper of wind through the cycads and the distant lap of water against the shore. Jake crouched beside her, his fingers brushing the surface of a shallow pool. The water trembled, not from wind, but from something deeper. A hum, a pulse. "You feel that?" he murmured. Evelyn nodded. The vibration was subtle, threading through the earth like the slow, steady heartbeat of something vast and unseen. It wasn't the violent resonance that had shattered the Argentinosaurus or the lullaby that had stilled the Stegosaurus. This was something softer, something final. She knelt, pressing her palm flat against the mud. The ground was warm, alive with the memory of footsteps, the last herds moving toward the water, their bones already singing in harmony with the coming tide. Jake exhaled slowly. "They're not running anymore." "No," Evelyn agreed. The Triceratops stood knee-deep in the shallows, their frills painted gold by the dying light. The Parasaurolophus lifted their crests, not in alarm, but in quiet acknowledgement, their hollow calls weaving into the hum of the earth. Even the raptors had stilled, their feathered forms perched on the petrified remains of fallen trees, watching, waiting. The sun dipped lower, its light thinning to a fragile haze. The water darkened, swallowing the reflections of the giants that lined its edge. Then, a sound. Not a roar, not a scream, but a note, deep and resonant, rising from the earth itself. The floodplain shuddered, the water rippling in perfect geometric patterns. The Triceratops closed their eyes. The hadrosaurs bowed their heads. The frequency wasn't breaking them. It was releasing them. Jake's breath hitched. "They're not afraid." Evelyn's throat tightened. The light gilded the dinosaurs' hides, their feathers, their crests, turning them into monuments, fleeting and golden. The last of the sun caught in the Triceratops's eyes, liquid and dark, before the great beast exhaled and folded. Its knees buckled, its body sliding beneath the water without protest. The others followed, one by one, their forms dissolving into the deepening shadows. No struggle, no sound, just silence. The sun touched the horizon, its light bleeding across the water like a wound. The hum deepened, vibrating through Evelyn's ribs, her teeth, the hollows of her bones. It would have been beautiful if it wasn't so quiet, if it wasn't so kind. Jake's fingers found hers, his grip trembling. We should go. Evelyn didn't argue, but as they turned away, the last of the sunlight gilded the water, the waves swallowing the shore inch by inch. The Cretaceous wasn't ending in fire and chaos. It was drowning in a song. And the last light held its breath. The next note would be the last. And Evelyn was the only one left to hear it. The excavation pit was silent, save for the scrape of Evelyn's trowel against the hardened ash. The volcanic layer was thick here, a grey-black shroud that had smothered the land in an instant, preserving everything beneath it in eerie, lifelike detail. Jake crouched beside her, his breath fogging in the cold morning air. You sure this is the right spot? The scans showed something hollow, but... Evelyn's trowel struck something solid. Not rock, not bone, eggshell. She froze, her pulse stuttering. Jake. He leaned in, his shadow falling across the exposed curve of a fossilized egg, its surface dimpled and rough. It was half buried in the ash, nestled in a shallow depression lined with crushed vegetation. A nest, painstakingly woven and then abandoned. No, not abandoned. Buried. Evelyn brushed away more ash, revealing a second egg, then a third. The clutch was arranged in a perfect spiral, their pointed ends tilted inward as if drawn by some unseen force. Jake exhaled sharply. Troodon. Evelyn nodded. The eggs were too large for raptors, too small for hadrosaurs. Troodon, the clever, sickle-clawed hunters whose remains had turned up in the most unexpected places. But this? A nest preserved in the shadow of an eruption? This was different. She traced the edge of the nearest egg. The shell was intact, but the surface bore faint hairline fractures, not from pressure or time, but from something more deliberate. A pattern. Jake's voice dropped to a whisper. Are those resonance marks? Evelyn finished. The fractures spiraled outward from the egg's center, branching like veins or sound waves. She'd seen this before, in the ribs of the Dinosaurs, in the vertebrae of the Mesozoic. The eggs hadn't just been buried, they'd been sung to. Jake swallowed hard. You think they were trying to hatch them? Like, with sound? Evelyn didn't answer. She carefully pried a fragment of shell free, revealing the shadow within. The embryo was curled tight, its delicate bones fossilized mid-growth, its tiny claws tucked against its chest. Unhatched, unbroken, silenced. A gust of wind hissed through the excavation site, stirring the ash around them. Somewhere beneath the pit, the ground hummed faintly, a vibration too deep to hear, but unmistakable in the marrow. Jake stiffened. You feel that? Evelyn pressed her palm flat against the earth. The hum wasn't random. It was a note, low and resonant, thrumming through the layers of time. The nest wasn't just a grave. It was a lullaby, and somewhere, deep beneath the ash, something was still humming it. Jake's fingers closed around her wrist. We should go. Evelyn didn't argue, but as she stood, her gaze lingered on the eggs, their spirals frozen in stone. The Troodon hadn't just built a nest. They'd built a chorus, and the song wasn't over yet. Above them, The sky stretched pale and endless, holding its breath. The bones remembered, and the buried nest was still waiting. The desert stretched endlessly beneath the pale dawn light, a sea of shifting dunes sculpted by the wind into frozen waves. Evelyn knelt at the edge of an ancient riverbed, now bone dry, her fingers tracing the cracked mud where something had passed, millions of years ago, and yet the earth remembered. Jake crouched beside her, squinting against the glare. "Tracks?" Evelyn nodded, brushing away the fine layer of sand to reveal the unmistakable, three-toed imprints pressed into the hardened sediment. Theropod. Not large, maybe Colophysis or something similar. The prints were staggered, uneven, as if the creature had been limping or dragging something. She followed the trail, her pulse quickening as the tracks changed, deepening, widening, the claws gouging the earth in frantic arcs. Jake frowned. It was running. Not just running. Evelyn pointed to the abrupt end of the trail, where the last print vanished into smooth, unbroken sediment. It was taken. The wind sighed across the dunes, stirring the sand into sinuous shapes that seemed to coil and uncoil like living things. The air smelled of dust and something older, something that hummed beneath the silence. Jake shivered despite the heat. "You think the frequency—" Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the desert shimmered in the rising heat. Somewhere out there, beneath the shifting sands, the past wasn't buried. It was waiting. She pressed her palm flat against the cracked riverbed. The ground trembled faintly, a vibration too deep to hear, but unmistakable in the marrow. The whispering sands weren't just wind. They were an echo, and the desert never forgot a sound. Jake exhaled sharply. "We should go." Evelyn stood, brushing the dust from her knees. But as they turned away, the wind shifted, carrying with it a sound. Low, resonant, more felt than heard. The sands trembled, the tracks vanished, and the desert kept its secrets. For now. The desert stretched before them, a vast expanse of cracked earth and whispering wind. The sun hung low in the sky, painting the landscape in hues of amber and rust. Evelyn knelt beside the scattered fragments of bone, her fingers brushing the sun-bleached surface of a massive femur. Paralititan. The name alone conjured images of a titan, one of the largest creatures to ever walk the earth, its bones lost to time and shifting sands. But here, in this forgotten corner of the Badlands, the giant had left its mark. Jake crouched beside her, squinting at the fractured remains. "This isn't just erosion. These bones were moved." Evelyn nodded, tracing the jagged edges of the femur. The breaks were too clean, too deliberate. Not moved, scattered. The realization settled over them like the desert heat. The Paralititan hadn't just died here, its skeleton had been dismantled, its bones dragged across the landscape as if by some unseen force. Jake wiped sweat from his brow. Predators? Scavengers? Evelyn shook her head. Nothing that could do this to a sauropod this size. Look at the fractures. She pointed to the spiraling cracks that radiated from the bone's core. These aren't bite marks, they're resonance fractures. The wind sighed through the canyon, carrying with it the faintest hum, a vibration too deep to hear, but unmistakable in the marrow. Jake stiffened. "You feel that?" Evelyn pressed her palm flat against the earth. The ground trembled faintly beneath her fingers, the sand shifting in tiny rhythmic waves. The fractures in the Paralititan's bones weren't just damage. They were tuning marks. The realization hit her like a hammer. The giant hadn't been killed by predators or time. It had been played. Jake's voice was hushed. You think something sang it apart? Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze drifted to the horizon, where the desert stretched endlessly under the dying light. Somewhere out there, beneath the layers of sediment and time, something had hummed this titan into oblivion, not with violence, but with eerie, unbearable precision. The Paralititan's bones lay silent, but the truth was louder than any roar. The forgotten giant hadn't just fallen, it had been erased, and the desert remembered its name. Jake touched her shoulder. We should go. Evelyn nodded, but her fingers lingered on the bone one last time. The fractures hummed beneath her touch, a silent echo of a song lost to time. The past wasn't done yet, and the bones were still singing. Above them, the sky darkened, the first stars blinking awake. The wind carried the last note, and the giant slept on. Moonlight painted the Cretaceous forest in silver and shadow, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and night-blooming ferns. Evelyn crouched low in the undergrowth, her breath shallow, her fingers pressed into the soft soil. Beside her, Jake held perfectly still, his gaze locked onto the clearing ahead. The Troodon moved like liquid darkness. Its feathered form was a silhouette against the pale glow of the understory, its large, forward-facing eyes reflecting the moonlight like twin pools of mercury. It paused, head tilting, nostrils flaring as it scented the air. Jake's whisper was barely audible. That's a Troodon. It looks wrong. Evelyn nodded. The reconstruction sketches in textbooks had never captured the eerie, avian intelligence in its gaze, or the way its sickle claws flexed with predatory precision as it stalked forward. Then it hummed. Not a sound, but a vibration, low and resonant, thrumming through the earth beneath them. The leaves trembled, the droplets of dew shivering into intricate patterns. Jake's breath hitched. What the hell? Evelyn silenced him with a sharp gesture. The Troodon wasn't hunting. It was listening. The vibration deepened, the ground humming in response. Somewhere in the distance, a small creature, a Compsognathus perhaps, stirred in its nest, its head jerking up in alarm. The Troodon went rigid, and then it vanished. One moment it was there, poised in the moonlight. The next it was a blur of feathers and shadow, streaking toward the sound with terrifying speed. A shriek pierced the night, cut off abruptly as the Troodon struck, its claws finding their mark with surgical precision. Jake swallowed hard. It heard that? From here? Evelyn exhaled slowly. Not heard. Felt. She pointed to the disturbed soil where the Troodon had stood. The ground bore faint, spiraling impressions, not footprints but pressure marks, as if the earth itself had vibrated beneath its weight. The Troodon wasn't just nocturnal. It was tuned. Jake's voice was tight. You think it could, what? Echolocate like a bat? Worse. Evelyn's fingers traced the pattern in the dirt. It didn't just sense vibrations, it created them, a pulse just strong enough to stir prey from hiding. The realization settled between them like a weight. The Troodon hadn't been a simple predator. It had been a conductor, playing the earth itself like an instrument. A rustle in the undergrowth snapped their attention back. The Troodon emerged, its muzzle dark with blood, its eyes gleaming in the moonlight. It paused, head cocked, not at them, but at the ground. Then it hummed again. The soil trembled, the leaves shivered, and the Troodon smiled, a slow, avian curl of its beak before melting back into the shadows. Jake shuddered. I liked it better when we thought they were just smart raptors. Evelyn didn't answer. The forest was silent again, the only sound the whisper of wind through the ferns. But beneath it, Faint and fading, the earth still hummed. The silent hunter wasn't gone. It was waiting, and the night was far from over. Above them the moon watched, cold and distant. The bones remembered, and the Troodon never missed a note. The water rose with a quiet, insistent hunger. Evelyn stood knee-deep in the murky flood, the once dry riverbed now a churning throat, swallowing the ancient cypress forests whole. The trees groaned as the tide climbed their trunks, their roots loosening in the saturated earth. The air was thick with the scent of rotting vegetation and something older, something metallic, like blood on the wind. Jake waded beside her, his boots sinking into the silt with each step. "This isn't natural," he muttered, his voice tight. "The water's moving against the current." Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the distant shoreline, where the Spinosaurus prowled. Not hunting, not fleeing, but herding. Their massive sails cut through the water like blades, their movements synchronized, deliberate. The hum was everywhere now, vibrating through the floodwaters, through the soles of their boots, through the marrow of the drowning world. Then she saw them. The hadrosaurs. A herd of Parasaurolophus stumbled through the shallows, their crests flashing amber in the fading light. They weren't running. They were staggering, their legs trembling, their ribs heaving with panicked breaths. One collapsed, its bellow cut short as the water closed over its nostrils. Jake sucked in a sharp breath. "They're not drowning. They're being pulled under." Evelyn's pulse hammered in her throat. The hadrosaur's body convulsed, its bones shivering beneath its skin. Then, crack! The sound was muffled by the water, but unmistakable. The hadrosaur's ribs splintered, fractures racing outward from its chest like ice under a hammer. Its scream bubbled away into silence as it sank, the water darkening briefly before smoothing over. The Spinosaurus didn't lunge for the kill. They didn't need to. The water was hunting for them. Jake grabbed Evelyn's arm, his fingers digging in. "We need to get to higher ground. Now." She let him pull her toward a crumbling ridge, the last remnant of the floodplain not yet swallowed by the tide. The mud sucked at their boots, the water thickening with each step, as if the earth itself was resisting their escape. Behind them, the hum deepened, the surface of the water shivering into strange, geometric ripples. The Spinosaurus turned as one, their golden eyes reflecting the dying light. Not predators. Conductors. Evelyn's boot slipped on the slick stone as they reached the ridge. She caught herself, her palms scraping against the rock, and for a heartbeat she felt it. The vibration humming through the stone, through her bones, through the roots of her teeth. The world wasn't drowning. It was being played. Jake hauled her up the last few feet, his breath ragged. Below them, the water surged, swallowing the last of the cypress grove. The trees tilted like sinking ships, their branches clawing at the sky before disappearing beneath the black mirror of the surface. The flood wasn't water. It was a chord, and the Spinosaurus were the instruments. Jake's voice was hollow. "They're not just killing them, they're composing with them." Evelyn wiped her bleeding palm against her thigh. The ridge trembled beneath them, the vibration rising to a pitch that made her vision blur. Somewhere in the depths, the hadrosaur's hollow crests still resonated, their final notes woven into the tide. The Cretaceous wasn't ending in fire, it was dissolving into song, and the next movement was theirs. Above them the sky darkened, the first stars blinking awake. The water kept rising, and the bones remembered every note. The Tyrannosaurus stood alone in the clearing, its massive frame silhouetted against the blood-red sunset. Its ribs heaved with each labored breath, its once powerful legs trembling under its own weight. The golden light caught the old scars along its flanks, faded bite marks, the jagged ridge of a healed fracture along its jaw, the twisted knot of bone where its fibula had set wrong. It was a king dethroned. Evelyn crouched in the undergrowth, her fingers digging into the damp earth. The air smelled of iron and crushed ferns, thick with the scent of the T-Rex's last desperate hunt. Its latest kill, a young Triceratops, lay half-eaten at its feet, the meat torn but barely touched. Jake's whisper was barely audible. "It's starving." Evelyn nodded. The T-Rex's ribs pressed against its skin like the bars of a cage, its belly hollowed by hunger. But it wasn't just age or injury that had broken it. It was the silence. The T-Rex lifted its head suddenly, its nostrils flaring. It took a staggering step forward, then another, its movements uncoordinated, its balance faltering. Its lips peeled back in a snarl, revealing teeth still sharp enough to rend flesh, but no sound came out. No roar, no challenge, just the wet, ragged gasp of a creature that could no longer hear its own voice. Jake exhaled sharply. The frequency. Evelyn's throat tightened. The fractures in the T-Rex's inner ear bones hadn't just deafened it, they had severed it from the world. A predator that couldn't hear the hum of the earth, the calls of its prey, the warnings of its kind. A king without a kingdom. The T-Rex stumbled again, its foot sinking into the soft mud near the carcass. It tried to pull free, its muscles straining, but its strength was gone. The forest around it was eerily quiet. No rustle of fleeing herbivores, no answering roars from rivals, just the wind. And then a sound. Low. Resonant. The T-Rex stiffened, its head jerking toward the tree line. It couldn't hear it, not truly, but it felt it, the vibration humming through the ground, through its bones, through the hollow spaces where sound should have been. Evelyn's pulse pounded in her ears. The frequency wasn't attacking. It was mourning. The T-Rex's legs buckled. It collapsed beside its kill, its massive body sinking into the mud with a wet, heavy thud. Its chest rose once, twice, a shuddering, shallow rhythm, before stilling. The last light gilded its scarred hide, the sunset painting the clearing in hues of fire and gold. And then, silence. The king was dead. But the forest didn't stir. The wind didn't sigh. The earth didn't hum. For the first time in millions of years, the world held its breath, and the last roar echoed into oblivion. Jake's hand found Evelyn's, his grip tight. "It's over." Evelyn didn't answer. Somewhere, deep in the earth, the bones were still singing. And the song wasn't done yet. Above them, the first stars blinked awake, cold and distant. The past wasn't finished. And the T-Rex's silence was just the pause before the next verse. The valley unfolded before them like a secret, hidden between jagged cliffs, untouched by time. Evelyn stood at the mouth of the gorge, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something old. The sunlight here was different, softer, as if filtered through layers of memory. Jake adjusted his pack, squinting into the distance. This place shouldn't exist. The rock formations don't match any Cretaceous strata we've seen. Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the ground, where the sediment shimmered faintly, the layers warped in a way that made no geological sense. The river cutting through the valley wasn't flowing. It was still, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the sky with unnatural clarity. Then she saw the bones. Not scattered fossils, not fragments, but entire skeletons, Triceratops, Ankylosaurus, even the slender frames of raptors, all preserved in perfect, lifelike postures, as if frozen mid-motion. Jake sucked in a sharp breath. They didn't die here. They were placed here. Evelyn knelt beside the nearest skeleton, a Parasaurolophus, its crest arching gracefully towards the sky. She ran her fingers along the ribs. The fractures were there, delicate, branching, achingly familiar. Resonance. But this time the breaks weren't violent. They were precise, spiraling outward from the center of each bone like the grooves of a seashell. Jake crouched beside her. It's like they were played, Evelyn finished. The realization settled over them like a weight. The valley wasn't a graveyard. It was an instrument. A gust of wind sighed through the gorge, stirring the leaves of ginkgo trees that hadn't grown on Earth for 65 million years. The air hummed faintly, a vibration too low to hear, but deep enough to feel in the marrow. Then, movement. At the far end of the valley, where the river vanished into shadow, something shifted. Not a shape, not a creature, but a distortion in the air itself. A ripple of pressure, a whisper of sound given form. Jake's hand found Evelyn's arm, his grip bruising. "We need to go. Now." But Evelyn couldn't move. The distortion pulsed, the air around it shimmering like heat haze. The skeletons around them trembled in response, their fractures humming in eerie harmony. The valley wasn't forgotten. It was waiting, and whatever slept here wasn't dead. It was composing. The hum deepened, vibrating up through the earth, through their boots, through the roots of their teeth. The river's surface shivered, concentric rings spreading outward from nothing. Jake yanked her backward. "Evelyn." She stumbled after him, her pulse roaring in her ears. Behind them, the valley exhaled, a sound like 1,000 bones sighing in unison. The last thing Evelyn saw before the cliff swallowed their view was the Parasaurolophus skeleton, its hollow crest catching the sun, not in silence, but in song. The forgotten valley wasn't lost. It was listening, and the next note was theirs. Above them, the sky stretched pale and endless, holding its breath. The bones remembered, and the past wasn't done singing yet. The raptor lay curled in the hollow of a long-dried riverbed, its sickle claws tucked beneath its feathered chest, its spine arched in a posture of quiet repose. The moon cast silver light over its fossilized form, turning the edges of its bones translucent, as if it were merely sleeping beneath a thin veil of stone. Evelyn knelt beside it, her fingers hovering just above the predator's skull. The fractures were there, subtle, spiraling cracks that branched like lightning across the bone. Not the violent shattering of the Argentinosaurus, not the deliberate precision of the Spinosaurus's kills. This was something softer, something gentle. Jake crouched beside her, his breath fogging in the cold air. "You think it was alone?" Evelyn shook her head. She pointed to the sediment around the raptor, not the usual scatter of debris, but a pattern of disturbed earth, faint depressions where other bodies might have lain. They were together. A pack. The realization settled between them. The raptor hadn't died in isolation. It had been put to rest. Jake exhaled sharply. So what, they just lay down. Evelyn traced the curve of the raptor's ribcage. The fractures here were different, not the result of external force, but of something resonating within. They didn't just die, they were sung to sleep. The wind sighed through the canyon, stirring the dust around the fossil. For a moment, Evelyn could almost hear it, the low, resonant hum that had once vibrated through these bones, a sound too deep for human ears, but unmistakable in the marrow. Jake shivered. "You think they knew?" Evelyn didn't answer. The raptor's empty eye socket stared into eternity, its final moments preserved in stone. Had it fought the lullaby? Or had it, in the end, welcomed the quiet? She pressed her palm flat against the earth. The ground hummed faintly, a vibration that slithered up her arm and settled in her ribs. The raptor wasn't just a fossil, it was a note, and the song wasn't over yet. Above them, the stars watched, silent and cold. The bones remembered, and the predator slept on. The ocean breathed. Evelyn stood at the water's edge, the waves lapping hungrily at her boots, their rhythm unchanged for millions of years. The tide was rising, but not in the slow, predictable surge of modern seas. This was something older, something that moved with the patience of deep time. The water was warm, unnaturally so, and it clung to her skin like oil, leaving behind a faint, iridescent sheen. Jake crouched beside her, his fingers skimming the surface. "It's not just the tide," he murmured. "It's the angle. The waves are coming in wrong." Evelyn nodded. The water wasn't just advancing, it was shifting, the currents bending against the shoreline as if pulled by an unseen hand. The foam hissed as it receded, leaving behind spirals of black sand that shimmered in the fading light. Then she saw them. The bones. Not scattered fragments, not isolated fossils, but entire skeletons. Mosasaurus, plesiosaurus, even the sinuous coils of ancient sea snakes, all half buried in the sand, their postures eerily aligned. They weren't posed by currents or scavengers. They were arranged. Jake sucked in a sharp breath. "They're facing the same direction." Evelyn knelt beside the nearest skeleton, a Mosasaurus with its jaws frozen mid-snap. The fractures in its ribs were achingly familiar, delicate, branching, spiraling outward from the center like cracks in glass. Resonance. But this time, the breaks weren't violent. They were harmonized, each fracture a note in some vast, unseen composition. She pressed her palm flat against the sand. The ground trembled faintly, a vibration too deep to hear, but unmistakable in the marrow. The tide wasn't just water. It was a chorus. Jake's voice was hushed. "You think the frequency did this?" "Not just the frequency." Evelyn pointed to the skeletons, their fractures aligned in perfect, rhythmic patterns. They were part of it. Instruments. The realization settled over them like a weight. The ocean hadn't killed these creatures. It had played them. A gust of wind sighed across the beach, stirring the sand into sinuous shapes that coiled and uncoiled like living things. The water darkened suddenly, the waves flattening into an unnatural stillness. Then, a sound. Low, resonant. It rolled through the shallows, vibrating up through the sand, through their bones, through the hollows of their teeth. The skeletons answered, their fractures humming in eerie harmony, their empty sockets fixed on some unseen horizon. Jake staggered, clapping his hands over his ears. "Make it stop!" Evelyn couldn't move. The sound wasn't in the air, it was inside her, a pressure building behind her eyes, in the hollows of her ribs. The water shivered, concentric rings spreading outward from nothing. The tide wasn't rising. It was remembering, and the bones were singing back. Jake grabbed her arm, his grip bruising. "Evelyn!" She let him pull her away, but the sound followed them, humming in their blood long after the beach had vanished behind the dunes. The ocean wasn't just water. It was a lullaby, and the phantom tide was still rising. Above them, the first stars blinked awake, cold and distant. The bones remembered, and the past wasn't done singing yet. The wind carried ghosts. Evelyn stood at the edge of the ancient floodplain, her fingers splayed against the air as if she could catch the echoes of a world long dead. The sun hung low, bleeding gold across the cracked earth, but the land was silent. No chirp of insects, no rustle of leaves, no distant bellow of herbivores calling to their young. Only the wind and the hum. Jake crouched beside a weathered slab of sandstone, his palm pressed flat against its surface. "You feel that?" Evelyn nodded. The vibration was subtle, threading through the stone like a whisper, resonating in the hollows of her bones. It wasn't the violent frequency that had shattered the Argentinosaurus or the lullaby that had stilled the Stegosaurus. This was something older, something forgotten. She knelt, brushing her fingers over the rock. The sandstone was etched with faint, spiraling grooves, not erosion, not tool marks, but something organic, a pattern. Jake exhaled sharply, like the hadrosaur crests, but older. Evelyn traced the grooves, her pulse quickening. The spirals weren't random. They branched at precise intervals, following mathematical ratios, Fibonacci sequences, harmonic scales. This wasn't just resonance, it was music. The realization settled over them like a weight. The fractures they'd found in the bones, the hum in the earth, the way the Spinosaurus had turned rivers into instruments. It wasn't just about hunting or communication. It was about art. Jake's voice was hushed. "You think they sang?" Evelyn closed her eyes. The wind sighed through the canyon, a sound almost like a voice. She imagined it, the Cretaceous world alive with sound, not just the roar of predators or the bellow of herds, but melodies. The Parasaurolophus's crests resonating across floodplains, the Spinosaurus's hum vibrating through estuaries, the Troodon's chitters weaving into the chorus. A symphony 65 million years gone, and then silence. The asteroid hadn't just killed the dinosaurs. It had silenced them. Jake's fingers found hers, his grip tight. "We'll never know what it sounded like." Evelyn didn't answer. She pressed her palm flat against the sandstone, the grooves humming faintly beneath her touch. The past wasn't just bones and dust. It was a song, and the earth remembered the tune. Above them, the sky stretched endless and empty, the last light gilding the canyon walls. The wind carried the final note, and the lost song played on. The storm lay frozen in stone. Evelyn knelt in the shadow of the exposed cliff face, her fingers tracing the jagged edges of the fossilized tableau before her. The scene was chaos preserved, a velociraptor mid-leap, its sickle claws extended, its feathered body arched in lethal grace. Beneath it, a protoceratops twisted, its beak gaping in a silent scream, its hind leg trapped in the raptor's grip. Predator and prey, locked in struggle for eternity. Jake exhaled sharply beside her, his breath stirring the dust on the ancient sediment. "They died like this?" Evelyn nodded, her thumb brushing the raptor's talon where it hooked into the protoceratops's flesh. The fractures weren't from decay or time. They were momentary, the bones shattered in the instant of impact. Not just died, they were buried alive. The realization settled over them like the desert heat. The two dinosaurs hadn't been fossilized over millennia. They'd been swallowed, a sandstorm or collapsing dune entombing them mid-battle, freezing their final moments in grotesque perfection. Jake crouched lower, squinting at the raptor's ribs. "Wait, look at this." Evelyn leaned in. The fractures here were different, not the violent breaks of combat, but delicate, spiraling cracks that radiated from the center of each bone. Resonance. Her pulse stuttered. It wasn't just the storm. The velociraptor hadn't been hunting when the sand took them. It had been called. Jake's voice dropped to a whisper. "You think the frequency—" Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze slid to the cliff above them, where layers of sediment curved in unnatural wave-like patterns. Not erosion, but the fossilized echo of a sound, a vibration powerful enough to shape stone. The storm wasn't weather. It was a note, and the dinosaurs had been caught in its cord. Jake shuddered. So what, the sand just sang them to death? Evelyn pressed her palm flat against the fossilized struggle. The stone hummed faintly beneath her touch, a vibration too deep to hear, but unmistakable in the marrow. The buried storm wasn't over. It was waiting, and the bones remembered every scream. Above them, the wind sighed through the canyon, a sound almost like laughter. The past wasn't done yet, and the storm was still singing. The wind carried secrets. Evelyn stood at the edge of the canyon, the dry air humming against her skin like the breath of something vast and unseen. The sun had bleached the sandstone to bone white, and the silence here was different. Not an absence, but a pause, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Jake crouched beside a weathered slab, his fingers tracing a series of faint, spiraling grooves in the rock. These aren't erosion marks, he murmured. They're too precise. Evelyn knelt beside him, her gloves brushing the stone. The grooves were deep, deliberate, branching in fractal patterns that mirrored the resonance fractures they'd seen in the bones. But these weren't fractures. They were notations. Her pulse quickened. It's a map. Jake frowned. A map to what? The wind shifted, sighing through the canyon walls. For a moment the grooves seemed to shimmer, the patterns resolving into something almost legible, a sequence, a rhythm, a song written in stone. Then the air stilled, and the illusion vanished. Evelyn exhaled sharply. Not a place, a frequency. The realization settled between them like a weight. The canyon wasn't just a geological formation. It was an instrument, its walls carved to catch and amplify the wind's passage, turning the breeze into a melody too deep for human ears. Jake's voice was hushed. You think the hadrosaurs did this? Evelyn finished. She stood, scanning the canyon's curve. The grooves weren't random. They lined up with the natural fissures in the rock, the angles too precise to be accidental. They didn't just use the frequency, they composed with it. The wind sighed again, louder this time, the note vibrating through the stone beneath their boots. Somewhere in the distance, a loose pebble skittered down the cliff face, its fall too rhythmic to be chance. Tap, 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 like footsteps. Jake stiffened. Did you hear? The wind answered before Evelyn could. A sound rolled through the canyon, low, resonant, more felt than heard. The ground trembled, the sandstone humming in harmony, the grooves catching the vibration like strings on a cello. The air shivered. And then, silence. The wind died. The stone stilled. But the echo lingered, thrumming in Evelyn's ribs, in the hollows of her teeth. Jake's breath fogged the air between them. That wasn't natural. Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the far end of the canyon, where the shadows clung too thickly, where the grooves in the stone spiraled into a single, perfect vortex. The map wasn't just a guide. It was an invitation. And the wind wasn't whispering anymore. It was calling. Above them, the sky stretched empty, the sun a pale eye watching from the void. The bones remembered. And the song was just beginning. The sky bled crimson at the edges, the first light of dawn clawing its way over the horizon. Evelyn stood at the edge of the impact crater, the wind tugging at her clothes like a restless spirit. The air smelled of scorched earth and something older, something metallic, like the breath of a storm yet to come. Jake stood beside her, his face pale in the pre-dawn gloom. It's today, isn't it? Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the eastern sky, where the stars still clung to the fading night. Somewhere beyond the atmosphere, the asteroid hurtled towards them, a silent, inevitable shadow. The world didn't know it was dying. But the dinosaurs did. A sound rolled across the plains, not a roar, not a scream, but a hum, deep and resonant, vibrating up through the earth. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the soil shivering into strange, geometric patterns. Jake's breath hitched. They're singing. Evelyn nodded. The herds had gathered in the lowlands, their massive forms silhouetted against the dawn. Triceratops, Parasaurolophus, even the sleek shadows of raptors, all motionless, all facing the same direction, waiting. Not for salvation, for the end. The hum deepened, the air thickening with a pressure that made Evelyn's teeth ache. The Parasaurolophus lifted their crests, their calls weaving into the vibration. Not panicked, not desperate, but harmonized, as if they'd known this moment would come, as if they'd rehearsed. Jake's voice was barely audible over the building resonance. Why aren't they running? Evelyn's throat tightened. Because they know it won't matter. The first ray of sunlight pierced the horizon, gilding the plains in gold. The Triceratops turned their frills toward the light, their bodies trembling as the frequency built around them. The fractures in their bones, the same spiraling cracks they'd found in every fossil, began to glow, faintly luminescent in the dawn. Not damage, tuning marks. The realization struck Evelyn like a hammer. The dinosaurs hadn't just been victims of the frequency. They'd been instruments. And the asteroid wasn't the end. It was the final note. The ground shuddered violently, the hum rising to a pitch that made Evelyn's vision blur. The Triceratops's frills splintered, the cracks spreading like lightning across their bodies, not breaking them, but tuning them, turning their very bones into resonators. The sky screamed. A fireball split the heavens, molten light too bright to look at. The impact was silent at first, a terrible, weightless moment where the world held its breath. And then the shockwave hit. The earth buckled. But the dinosaurs didn't run. They sang. The frequency exploded outward, a final devastating chord that shook the plains, the mountains, the very bedrock of the continent. The Triceratops's bodies shattered, not from the impact, but from the resonance, their fractures humming in perfect, lethal harmony. The last thing Evelyn saw before the light swallowed the world was the Parasaurolophus, their crests flashing like molten gold as their voices joined the chorus. Not screams, notes, and then silence. The Cretaceous was over, but the song wasn't. Somewhere beneath the ash and fire, the bones kept humming, and the earth remembered every word. The last dawn faded, and the sky fell. The beach stretched before them, a desolate crescent of black sand hemmed in by cliffs of crumbling shale. The tide was out, leaving behind a mirrored expanse of wet stone that reflected the bruised twilight sky. No gulls cried here, no crabs scuttled through the tide pools. The only sound was the whisper of waves against the shore, soft, rhythmic, like the breath of something sleeping. Jake kicked at a piece of driftwood, his boot sending up a spray of damp sand. This place feels wrong. Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the shoreline, where the retreating tide had exposed something pale and jagged beneath the sand. She knelt, brushing away the grit with her gloved fingers. Bone. Not a single fragment, but an entire field of them. Ribs, vertebrae, the occasional curved spike of a claw, all half buried in the black sand like the ribs of a shipwreck. Marine reptiles. Dozens of them. Jake crouched beside her, his shadow stretching long across the beach. Plesiosaurs? Ichthyosaurs? Evelyn shook her head, her fingers tracing the edge of a massive flipper bone. Mosasaurs. Look at the articulation. They died together. The realization settled between them, heavy as the gathering dusk. The fossils weren't scattered by currents or scavengers. They were posed, their skeletons arranged in eerie, overlapping circles, as if they had been caught mid-swim. Jake exhaled sharply. Like a feeding frenzy. No. Evelyn pointed to the fractures, delicate, spiraling cracks that radiated from the center of each rib cage. Like a choir. The wind shifted, carrying with it a scent like salt and old copper. The waves sighed against the shore, their rhythm just a fraction too steady to be natural. Jake shivered. You think the frequency did this? Evelyn finished. She stood, scanning the darkening horizon. The beach wasn't just a graveyard. It was a stage. They weren't hunting. They were performing. And something had been listening. The first tremor was subtle, a vibration beneath their boots, more felt than heard. The black sand shivered, the tiny grains dancing into strange geometric patterns. Jake grabbed her arm. Evelyn! The water moved. Not a wave, not a current, but a distortion, the surface rippling as if plucked by invisible fingers. The vibration deepened, humming up through the sand, through their bones, through their teeth. The fossils answered. The mosasaur bones began to resonate, their fractures singing in eerie harmony with the unseen pulse. The sound wasn't in the air, it was inside them, a pressure building behind Evelyn's eyes, in the hollows of her ribs. Jake staggered, clapping his hands over his ears. Make it stop! But Evelyn couldn't move. The beach was alive now, the sand shifting, the bones trembling as the frequency found its old, familiar notes. And then, silence. The waves stilled. The sand settled. The bones lay quiet once more. Jake's breath came in ragged gasps. What the hell was that? Evelyn didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on the water, where the last of the ripples faded into glassy stillness. The forgotten shore wasn't empty. It was waiting, and the tide was turning. Above them, the first stars blinked awake, cold and distant. The beach held its breath, and somewhere beneath the black sand, the bones kept humming. The sauropod lay curled in the sandstone, its neck arched like a crescent moon, its tail coiled protectively around its massive body. The fossil was pristine, every vertebra aligned, every rib intact, as if the creature had simply closed its eyes one day and never woken. Evelyn knelt beside it, her fingers hovering just above the fossilized skull. The fractures were there, subtle, spiraling cracks that branched like veins through the bone. Not the violent shattering of the Argentinosaurus, not the precision of the Spinosaurus's kills. This was something softer, something kind. Jake crouched beside her, his breath fogging in the cold morning air. It looks peaceful. Evelyn nodded. The sauropod's posture wasn't defensive. It was restful, the way an elephant might lie down in the shade, trusting the earth to hold its weight. She traced the curve of its ribcage. It wasn't hunted. It was sung to sleep. The wind sighed through the canyon, stirring the dust around the fossil. For a moment, Evelyn imagined it. The sauropod standing at the edge of a Cretaceous floodplain, its breath slow, its ears filled with a hum so deep it vibrated in its bones. The ground trembling beneath it, not with threat, but with lullaby. And then, rest. Jake exhaled sharply. You think it dreamed. Evelyn's fingers stilled on the fossil. The fractures weren't just damage, they were resonance marks, the bone tuned to a frequency too low for human ears, but unmistakable in the marrow. She closed her eyes. The sauropod's dreams would have been vast, slow-moving rivers, the weight of sunlight on its back, the the distant calls of its herd woven into the wind. And then, as the song deepened, the dreams would have softened, blurred at the edges, until sleep became something deeper, something final. The ground hummed faintly beneath her knees, a vibration too deep to hear, but unmistakable in the hollows of her ribs. The sauropod wasn't just a fossil, it was a note. And the song wasn't over yet. Jake touched her shoulder. "We should go." Evelyn stood, but her gaze lingered on the sauropod's skull, its empty sockets staring into eternity. The desert stretched silent around them, the only sound the whisper of wind through sagebrush. And beneath it, faint, almost imagined, the echo of a song too deep to hear. The giant slept on, and the earth remembered its name. Above them, the sky stretched pale and endless, holding its breath. The past wasn't done dreaming yet. The Jeep's tires spat gravel as Jake wrenched the wheel, sending them careening down the uneven desert road. Evelyn clutched the dash, her knuckles white, her pulse roaring in her ears. The rearview mirror showed only dust and empty road, but the clicks still echoed in her skull. Left, right, left. Jake's voice was raw. "Tell me I didn't just see that." Evelyn didn't answer. Her notebook lay open on her lap, the sketch of the velociraptor tracks from the Gobi glaring up at her. The spacing, the depth, identical to the ones that had vanished behind them. The Jeep hit a pothole, jolting them hard. Jake cursed, fighting the wheel. "We need to get back to camp. Get the hell out of—" A shadow flickered at the edge of the road. Evelyn's breath caught. The velociraptor stood motionless in the scrub, its feathered body half hidden by the swaying brush. Not a fossil, not a ghost. Flesh. Sunlight glinted off its sickle claw as it took a single step forward. And the Jeep's engine sputtered. Jake slammed the gas. The engine whined but didn't respond. The dashboard lights flickered, then died. The Jeep rolled to a stop. Silence. The velociraptor tilted its head, its dark eyes locking onto Evelyn's. Then it smiled, a slow avian curl of its lips, and vanished, not into the brush, into the air. Jake's hands trembled on the wheel. "What the hell?" Evelyn twisted in her seat. The road behind them was empty. No tracks, no disturbance, just the endless stretch of desert. But the clicks started again. Closer, left, right, left. Jake fumbled for the ignition. The engine turned over once, twice, then roared to life. He didn't hesitate. The Jeep lurched forward, kicking up a storm of dust. Evelyn gripped her notebook tighter. The velociraptor tracks hadn't just ended. They'd stepped off, into now. The bones weren't just singing anymore. They were hunting. And the hunt had only just begun. Above them, the sun blazed, indifferent. The desert held its breath, and the phantom footsteps followed. The darkness was absolute. Evelyn's headlamp flickered weakly, casting jagged shadows across the collapsed tunnel walls. Dust hung thick in the air, stinging her eyes and coating her tongue with the taste of ancient earth. Somewhere behind them, the mountain groaned, the sound reverberating through the rock like the slow exhale of a sleeping giant. Jake coughed, his voice raw. "We're trapped." Evelyn didn't answer. Her fingers traced the nearest wall, not rough stone, but something smoother, almost polished. The surface hummed faintly beneath her touch, a vibration too deep to hear, but unmistakable in the marrow. Bone. Not scattered fossils, not fragments, but a wall of them. Vertebrae fused together, ribs woven into a lattice, skulls stacked like bricks in an ossuary older than civilization. The cave wasn't just a tomb, it was a cathedral. Jake's breath hitched. They built this. Evelyn nodded, her pulse quickening. The fractures in the bones weren't from time or collapse. They were deliberate, spiraling cracks that branched like lightning, each one a harmonic node in some vast, unseen instrument. The mountain wasn't hollow. It was tuned. A sound shuddered through the chamber then, low, resonant, more felt than heard. The bones answered, their fractures humming in eerie harmony, the vibrations skittering up Evelyn's spine like fingers on a piano's keys. Jake grabbed her arm. "That's not an echo." The realization settled over them like a weight. The sound wasn't coming from the mountain. It was coming from beneath it. Evelyn pressed her palm flat against the bone wall. The hum deepened, vibrating through her ribs, her teeth, the hollows of her bones. The fractures in the skulls before her began to glow, faint and phosphorescent, casting the chamber in an eerie blue light. Not damage. Resonance. Jake's voice was barely audible over the building vibration. "What the hell is this place?" Evelyn's throat tightened. The answer was there, written in the bones, the spirals, the patterns, the way the chamber curved like the interior of a colossal throat. "It's not a cave," she whispered. "It's a mouth." The mountain groaned again, the sound resolving into something almost like words, syllables too vast to comprehend. The bone walls trembled, the fractures brightening, the hum rising to a pitch that made Evelyn's vision blur. And then, silence. The light faded, the vibration stilled, but the air shivered, thick with the scent of wet stone and something older, something that smelled like copper and deep, dark places. Jake exhaled sharply. "We need to find a way out, now." Evelyn didn't argue, but as they turned, her headlamp caught the far wall, where the bones parted in a jagged arch, revealing a tunnel sloping downward. The edges weren't broken. They were bitten. The mountain wasn't just singing. It was hungry. Jake's grip on her arm tightened. "Evelyn!" The sound came again, closer this time, vibrating up through the rock, through their boots, through the roots of their teeth. The bones answered, their fractures pulsing like a heartbeat. The hollow mountain wasn't empty, and whatever slept inside was waking up. Above them the ceiling trembled, dust sifting down like snowfall. The bones remembered, and the song was just beginning. The ocean floor was alive with sound. Evelyn adjusted the hydrophone's sensitivity, her fingers trembling as the submersible's cabin filled with the ghostly hum of the ammonite graveyard below. The sound wasn't a single note. It was layered, shifting, a chorus of frequencies woven into something almost melodic. Jake's voice crackled through the comms, strained with static. "That's not just resonance. That's a song." Evelyn finished, her breath fogging the glass of the viewport. The ammonites stretched as far as the submersible's lights could reach. Millions of coiled shells, their spirals aligned in concentric rings like the grooves of a record. The sediment around them vibrated, fine plumes of silt dancing in time with the unseen pulse. Then the first shell moved. Not from current or disturbance. It twisted, its chambers flexing as if drawing breath. Evelyn's pulse stuttered. The fossilized shell shouldn't have been capable of motion. It had been stone for millions of years. And yet, another shell shuddered. Then another. The entire seabed shivered, the ammonite spirals contracting and expanding in eerie unison. The hydrophone's readout spiked, the sound waves resolving into a pattern too precise to be random. Left, right, left. Jake sucked in a sharp breath. "They're not fossils, they're instruments," Evelyn whispered. The realization struck like a hammer. The fractures in the ammonite's shells weren't damage. They were tuning marks, each spiral calibrated to resonate at a specific frequency. Together, they formed a network, a web of sound spanning the ocean floor, and something was playing them. The submersible's hull groaned as the vibration deepened, the metal singing in harmony with the ammonites. The viewport cracked, a hairline fracture spiraling outward from the center. Jake's voice turned urgent. "Evelyn, we need to go. Now." She didn't argue. Her fingers flew over the controls, firing the thrusters, but the submersible lurched violently, not from engine failure, but from the water itself resisting their ascent. The hydrophone screeched, the sound resolving into something almost like words. Then the seabed exploded. A plume of silt and shattered shells erupted beneath them, the force rocking the submersible like a toy. Through the chaos, Evelyn glimpsed it, a shadow, vast and coiled, surging from the depths. Not flesh, not bone, pressure. The water warped, distorting around a shape that had no right to exist outside of fossil records. The ammonites' song swelled, the shells shattering in sequence, their fractures humming in perfect, lethal harmony. The submersible's alarms wailed, the hull buckled, and the last thing Evelyn heard before the darkness took them was the ammonites' final note, a sound like the ocean itself screaming. Then, silence. The song wasn't over. It had just begun, and the bones were still singing. The valley exhaled. Evelyn stood motionless at the edge of the clearing, the humid air thick with the scent of crushed ferns and something older, something that hummed beneath the silence. The trees here were wrong, not just ancient but unchanged, their broad leaves waxy under the dappled sunlight, their trunks studded with bark that hadn't evolved in 65 million years. Jake shifted beside her, his boot sinking slightly into the soft earth. "This isn't just preservation," he whispered. "This is stasis." Evelyn nodded. The Parasaurolophus herd grazed ahead, their crests flashing amber in the fading light. They moved with an eerie, unhurried grace, their bellows deep and resonant, not the panicked cries of creatures on the brink of extinction, but the contented murmurs of a world untouched by time. Then the ground thrummed. A vibration, low and insistent, shuddered through the soil, up through Evelyn's boots, into her bones. The hadrosaurs lifted their heads as one, their nostrils flaring, their eyes reflecting the last of the sun. Not fear. Recognition. Jake's fingers closed around her wrist. "We should go." Evelyn didn't move. The trees at the valley's heart trembled, their leaves shivering though there was no wind. The hum deepened, resolving into something almost like breathing. Slow, rhythmic, vast. Then the shadows moved. Not the darting shapes of raptors or the lumbering bulk of herbivores. This was something else, a distortion in the air itself, a pressure that bent the light, that made Evelyn's vision blur at the edges. It had no shape, no form, but it had presence, a weight that pressed against her ribs like a hand on a drum skin. The Parasaurolophus bowed their heads. The raptors at the tree line crouched low, their feathers flattening in submission. The valley wasn't lost, it was kept, and the keeper was waking. Jake yanked her backward as the first tree splintered, its trunk cracking with a sound like a snapped bone. The distortion pulsed, the air around it warping, vibrating at a frequency that made Evelyn's teeth ache. The last of the sunlight caught on something within the shadows, a glimpse of structure, of bones not fossilized but living, woven into the fabric of the valley itself. Ribs like archways, vertebrae like pillars, a skull so vast its shadow could have swallowed a T-Rex whole. The keeper wasn't just a creature. It was the valley, and it was hungry. The hum rose to a deafening crescendo, the trees shaking apart, the ground splitting in jagged, spiraling fractures. The Parasaurolophus's crests shattered, not from impact, but from resonance, their hollow chambers amplifying the keeper's call into a weapon. Evelyn's vision whited out. The last thing she heard before the world dissolved into sound was Jake's scream, not of pain, but of revelation, as the frequency peeled back the layers of time itself. The bones weren't just singing, they were remembering. And the Lost Valley was the last verse. Then, silence. The Cretaceous wasn't gone. It was waiting, and the keeper never slept for long. Above them, the stars blinked awake, cold and distant. The past wasn't done yet, and the song was far from over. The wind sighed through the ferns, a sound unchanged for millions of years. Evelyn knelt in the swaying sea of green, her fingers brushing the feathery fronds as they trembled against her palms. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and crushed vegetation, alive with the hum of unseen insects. But beneath it all, something else lingered. A whisper. Jake crouched beside her, his boots sinking slightly into the soft soil. "You hear that?" Evelyn didn't answer. Her attention was fixed on the ground, where a set of tiny three-toed tracks wound through the mud. The imprints were crisp, fresh, as if their maker had passed through mere hours ago, not eons. Compsognathus. She traced the edge of one print with her gloved finger. A whole flock was here, moving together. Jake scanned the grasslands, his shoulders tense. The endless expanse of green and gold stretched in every direction, but the usual rustle of small creatures was absent. Only the wind spoke, murmuring through the fronds like a secret. Then, movement. A flicker of brown and white darted between the ferns, too fast to track. Then another, and another. Evelyn held her breath. The Compsognathus were small, no larger than turkeys, their lithe bodies feathered in mottled patterns that melted into the foliage. They moved like shadows, their heads cocked, their dark eyes sharp with avian intelligence. One paused at the edge of the clearing, its nostrils flaring as it scented the air. Jake stiffened. "They see us." Evelyn shook her head minutely. "Number their listening." The Compsognathus tilted its head, its body rigid. Then, with a soft, chittering cry, it bolted. Not away, but towards them, weaving through the ferns in a blur of motion. Jake yelped, scrambling back. "What the hell?" But Evelyn didn't move. The creature wasn't attacking. It was herding. The ferns trembled as the rest of the flock surged forward, a coordinated wave of feathers and claws, driving something ahead of them. A smaller creature, its furred body darting desperately between the fronds. A mammal. Evelyn's pulse spiked. "They're hunting. Together." The Compsognathus moved like a single organism, cutting off escape routes with eerie precision, their calls sharp and rhythmic, almost musical. The mammal twisted, panicked, but there was no opening, no escape. Then the wind shifted. A low, resonant hum shuddered through the earth, deeper than sound, more felt than heard. The Compsognathus froze as one, their heads snapping up. Evelyn's breath caught. She knew that vibration. The flock didn't hesitate. With a chorus of panicked screeches they scattered, vanishing into the ferns like smoke. The mammal, forgotten, bolted in the opposite direction. The grasslands fell silent again. Jake exhaled shakily. What was that? Evelyn pressed her palm flat against the soil. The ground still thrummed faintly, a fading echo of something vast and unseen. A command. Jake swallowed hard. From what? Evelyn didn't answer. The wind sighed again, carrying with it the scent of crushed ferns, and something older, something that didn't belong to this world. The Compsognathus tracks were already vanishing, the mud softening under the first drops of rain. But the message was clear. The grasslands weren't empty, and whatever walked them wasn't small. The first thunder rolled in the distance, a sound like bones shifting deep beneath the earth. Evelyn stood slowly, her eyes on the horizon. The hunt was over, but the game was just beginning. The Tyrannosaurus lay sprawled in the mud, its ribs heaving with each labored breath. The once mighty predator was a skeleton draped in ragged flesh, its hide stretched tight over bones that jutted like broken pillars. The golden light of sunset caught the hollows of its eyes, the cracks in its teeth, the scars that mapped a lifetime of violence, now rendered meaningless. Evelyn crouched at a safe distance, her fingers tracing the fractures in the sediment. The mud here was disturbed not by struggle, but by circling, the deep, dragging imprints of a creature that had paced its own grave for days. Jake exhaled sharply beside her. It wasn't just starving, it was trapped. Evelyn nodded. The T-Rex's foot was caught in a fissure, the bones twisted at an unnatural angle, but the injury wasn't fresh. The edges of the wound had healed poorly, the flesh mottled with infection. This hadn't been a quick death. It had been an unraveling. She stepped closer, her boots sinking into the muck. The T-Rex's skull turned slightly, one clouded eye fixing on her. Its lips peeled back in a silent snarl, revealing teeth still sharp enough to rend flesh. But its jaws didn't close. Its muscles trembled, too wasted to finish the motion. Jake grabbed her arm. "Evelyn, it can't hurt us," she murmured. And it couldn't. The tyrant was dethroned, its strength leached away by hunger, its roars silenced by the slow crush of time. But it wasn't just age or injury that had broken it. It was the absence. Evelyn knelt, pressing her palm flat against the mud. The ground hummed faintly, a vibration too deep for human ears, but unmistakable in the marrow. The T-Rex shuddered, its ribs rattling as if trying to resonate with a song it could no longer hear. Jake's voice was hushed. "The frequency." Evelyn didn't answer. She traced the fractures in the T-Rex's bones, not the violent shattering of the Argentinosaurus, but something subtler. The inner ear was collapsed, the delicate structures that once processed the deep hum of the Cretaceous world now dust. The T-Rex hadn't just starved, it had been isolated, a king cut off from its kingdom. The predator's breath hitched, a wet, rattling sound. Its eye rolled toward her again, the black pupil dilating in the fading light. For a heartbeat, Evelyn saw it. Not rage, not pain, but confusion. The T-Rex didn't understand why the world had gone silent, why it had been left behind. Jake shifted uncomfortably. "We should go." Evelyn stood, but her gaze lingered on the dying titan. The last of the sunlight gilded its scars, painting the T-Rex in hues of fire and gold. Then, a sound. Not a roar, not a scream, but a note, deep and resonant, rolling across the floodplain. The T-Rex's head jerked up, its body trembling. It couldn't hear it, not truly, but it felt it, the vibration humming through the earth, through its bones, through the hollow spaces where sound should have been. The frequency wasn't attacking, it was mourning. The T-Rex exhaled a long, shuddering breath and collapsed. Its massive body sank into the mud with a wet, heavy thud. The ground stilled. Silence. The tyrant was dead. But the world didn't stir. The wind didn't sigh. The earth didn't hum. For the first time in millions of years, the Cretaceous held its breath. And the last roar echoed into oblivion. Jake's hand found Evelyn's, his grip tight. "It's over." Evelyn didn't answer. Somewhere, deep in the earth, the bones were still singing. And the song wasn't done yet. Above them, the first stars blinked awake, cold and distant. The past wasn't finished, and the T-Rex's silence was just the pause before the next verse. The Dinosaurus lay half-buried in the cracked mud of the ancient floodplain, its massive arms outstretched as if frozen mid-embrace. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across its fossilized form, turning the edges of its bones translucent, like the ribs of a long-dead shipwreck. Evelyn knelt beside the skeleton, her fingers tracing the curve of one enormous claw. The keratin was worn smooth along the inner edge, polished by something more than time. "These weren't for slashing," she murmured. "They were for digging." Jake crouched beside her, brushing dust from the sediment around the fossil. "Like an anteater." "Or a sculptor." Evelyn pointed to the ground. Not the usual scatter of debris, but deliberate, spiraling grooves radiating outward from the body. "Look at the pattern. It's the same as the Therizinosaurus marks, but deeper, older." The realization settled over them like a weight. The Dinosaurus hadn't just died here. It had been working. Jake exhaled sharply. "You think it was carving something into the ground?" Evelyn didn't answer immediately. She pressed her palm flat against the mud, feeling the faint, residual hum of the earth beneath. The grooves weren't random. They were notes. A vibration shuddered through the ground then, subtle but unmistakable, a deep, subsonic pulse that made her teeth ache. Jake stiffened. "Did you feel that?" Evelyn nodded slowly. The Dinosaurus's skull lay tilted to one side, its empty eye sockets fixed on the horizon. The position wasn't accidental. It was watching something. She followed its gaze. The floodplain stretched endlessly, broken only by the occasional skeletal jut of petrified trees. But there, on the far edge of the basin, the sediment dipped sharply, a depression too perfect to be natural, a nest, not for eggs, for something else. Jake's voice was hushed. "What the hell is that?" Evelyn stood, her pulse thrumming. "A resonator. The Dinosaurus didn't just hear the frequency, it was tuned to it." She stepped closer to the fossil, her shadow falling across its massive arms. "These claws, they weren't just for digging, they were for conducting." The wind stirred again, carrying with it the faintest whisper of sound. Not a voice, not a song, but something between. The Dinosaurus's feathers rustled in the breeze, though they had been stone for eons. Jake shuddered. "It's still here, isn't it? Whatever it was watching." Evelyn didn't answer. The depression in the distance seemed to darken, as if something beneath the earth had shifted. Waiting, listening. The Dinosaurus's claws gleamed dully in the fading light, their edges still sharp enough to cut. Some things didn't need to roar to be heard, and some watchers never blinked. Above them, the first stars winked into existence, cold and distant. The bones remembered, and the silent watcher was still waiting. The sky was a wound, a vast, bleeding gash of red and gold as the sun sank into the horizon. Its light smeared across the clouds like paint. Evelyn stood at the edge of the dying world, the air thick with the scent of wet earth, and something older, something metallic, like the taste of rust on the wind. The last of the Triceratops herd stood knee-deep in the rising tide, their frills painted crimson by the drowning sun. They did not run, they did not bellow. They simply stood, their massive heads bowed, their breaths slow and shuddering as the water lapped higher, inch by inexorable inch. Jake exhaled beside her, his voice barely audible over the hum vibrating through the earth. "They're just waiting." Evelyn nodded. The fractures in their bones, the same spiraling cracks they'd found in the Argentinosaurus, the hadrosaurs, the raptors, glowed faintly in the fading light. Not from fire, from resonance. The water wasn't just rising, it was singing. A deep, subsonic pulse rolled through the floodplain, the surface of the water shivering into perfect geometric ripples. The triceratops shuddered, their frills splintering like glass, the fractures spreading outward from their hollow crests in eerie branching patterns. Not breaking, tuning. Jake's hand found hers, his grip bruising. We need to go. Evelyn didn't move. The first triceratops folded, not collapsing, not thrashing, but sinking, its legs buckling as the water embraced it. Its breath left in a slow, shuddering sigh, the bubbles rising like pearls to the surface before popping into silence. One by one, the others followed. No struggle, no sound, just surrender. The sun touched the horizon, its light gilding the waves as they swallowed the last of the giants. The hum deepened, vibrating through Evelyn's ribs, her teeth, the hollows of her bones. It would have been beautiful if it wasn't so quiet, if it wasn't so kind. Jaw clenched, Jake turned away. It's over. Evelyn didn't answer. The water stretched before them, smooth as glass, the last of the sunlight dissolving into the depths. Somewhere below, the bones settled, their fractures humming in final, perfect harmony. The Cretaceous wasn't ending in fire and chaos. It was dissolving into song. And the drowning sun was the last note. Above them, the stars blinked awake, cold and indifferent. The past wasn't done yet, and the bones would remember everything. The wind sighed, carrying with it the scent of salt and crushed ferns. Silence. Then darkness.